What's going on? I don't have my light on. Oh no, I'm feel naked. This isn't good. No, this is a terrible start. Oh no. We're issues galore at the moment. Oh dear. All right, there we go. What's happening, y'all? How's everyone going? If you guys don't know me, my name is Boit. I like to play, watch, yell at my computer screen with all things Age Mythology. Today we are watching some Gameathlon Road to Athens Last Chance playoffs. This is the very last chance. Lose and you're out of here. Pack your bags and go back home because you will not be coming to Athens. Or you could pay your own way and then you can come and hang with me. But you know, you're not going to be playing. You're not good enough. That's what that means. Unfortunately, we are having a few technical difficulties today, so I'm going to have to you're going to have to use your imagination a little bit. You're going to have to use your imagination just a little bit because well, yeah, we're having some technical difficulties. So let me, that is the wrong link, obviously. Right, there is the right link. Okay, so I can walk you through the draft for these two players today. We've got ourselves a draft from Eisomarto and Hells. Eisomarto has banned out Fushi and Odin. I have a beautiful cup of coffee here to keep me caffeinated throughout the whole day. If you didn't really want to tune in and watch Eisomarto and Hells duking it out, and you were really hoping to watch someone else, don't worry, we've got you sorted at 1800 GMT, which is in approximately 4.5 hours. We've got Zuccolo and El Matador, Natty, having a go at their last little chance. Yelling Newts! Just got my influencer pass for Gameathlon. We'll try to make it. Let me know if I can support AOM there. Thank you for what you do for this community. It was one of my favorite games growing up. Thanks, Yelling Newt. I hope I see you there. Come say hi. Yeah, for sure. You can definitely support. There's going to be we got a whole thing set up of Age Mythology, and I mean at the very least on the Sunday, it's going to be very hard to not notice the Age Mythology. Do I think? Look, we might bring that up during the cast, Mr. Harask. Not sure how to say that. Might bring that up during the cast, but yeah, not just yet. So yeah, we've got Hells. Well, actually, I can talk you through the draft. Unfortunately, we don't have access to the draft right now. We are, like I said, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. So our first matchup for today is going to be a Ferrer versus Gaia. It looks like on the map Mount Olympus. So that's going to be a perfect map for Eisomarto to build out, let's just say 6,000-ish resources worth of rock giant and delete them just like yesterday. Magical Cow went on an online retail store to buy a webcam. Now I'm looking at $500 gaming monitors. Look, I've had my 150 Australian dollar 2 series. I got 2 of them, 2 monitors for the past, I don't know, 10 years, and they have served me well. We don't need the fancy schmancy here. We don't need it. Oh dear. You can have your OLED if you want. I'm still waiting for these guys to get going. Have they started, or am I just missing out on the entire action because the game doesn't auto refresh? I am. Fantastic. That's okay. There is a slight delay, so we've still got about 3 minutes. May Shadowfax uses the mobile phone for a second screen. I did do that once upon a time. I was like, I don't need to buy a webcam. Actually, it wasn't even for a second screen. I was like, I don't need to buy a webcam. I'm going to use my mobile phone. And then I set my mobile phone up to do the stuff, and my mobile phone promptly overheated and ran out of battery. And then I went, well, that served me right for doing that. And then I went and bought a webcam. I do see the YouTube comments. What's happening, guys? Let me have a quick look at what's happening over there. We've got just finished grass versus Kaiba. How do I see the info on buildings and units? Is it a mod? It is a mod. It is. It is a mod. It is called... Advanced Tooltips by Loggy. Where can we see the schedule for Gameathlon? Do you mean on the actual LAN, or do you mean for the final, the road to Athens playoffs? Okay, so if you want to see the schedule for this week's games, it's on my Discord. It's on Liquipedia. It's on Reddit. It's literally everywhere. If you want to know about exactly what's happening for Age of Mythology at Gameathlon, it's Friday, it's Saturday, it's Sunday. We started about, I don't know what the exact time is in GMT because I can't do the math. It's 5 p.m. Greek time is roughly when we're going to be getting going on Friday. And then on Saturday, we're probably getting going at about midday in Greek time. And then I'm finishing when we finish. And the finals are probably going to be on Sunday at around, I don't know, something. I can't say for certain for the finals just yet, but it's going to be more in the afternoonish on the Sunday, like late afternoon, early evening on the Sunday is what I am currently running by. But who knows? So that's what we've got. I know there's probably not much information on it online just yet, but that's because everything's still getting planned. Once it's all planned, it will be in your face and everywhere and all the other good stuff. Midnight on Sunday with Boit skate. Thank you. Yes, there will be. That's right. I will be. Someone has to bring the good coffee beans. Matrius, I see you there. You're from Italy. Bring those espresso beans over and make me a proper Italian espresso. All right. So let me introduce these players as we're just about to jump into game number 1. I make the coffee. Well, that's true. I should make it. I'll show them. Yeah, that's true. I'll do it. I'll do the coffee making. Thank you, Young Oath. Everyone come to Boyd's room at wake up time and I will make everyone a coffee as the resident barista. Okay, onto our first game. Eisomarto Hells, onto the best map known to the world. I am going to jump in and find it right here. There we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we are having some slight technical difficulties, so our beautiful production on the overlay and my face needs to be turned off for today's cast until I see that really nice looking red 1 on my Discord and everything is better. That's basically what I'm waiting for. Yeah, there is... Someone has done some mean things to the internet today and we're having to deal with it. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Frere, it is Eisomarto, and in the top right-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia, this is HellsRavage. These two, I believe, met each other last week, and it was a competitive series. Eisomarto did come out on top, I believe, in 4 games. So this isn't a surefire win for Eisomarto no matter what. He's been playing really, really well over the past five 5 weeks. This is in his 5th week of playing at this level. And I gotta say, as brutal as this tournament format is, it's done a absolute wonder for the top 16 players. The level has shot. I've noticed it. I've been watching every single week. The level is shooting up and up and up. And I am falling further and further behind in terms of my ability to compete with these guys. So yeah, these guys are shooting for the stars, so to speak, and they're getting somewhere. So we'll see how this game is gonna show up. And yes, there's no cam. I'm just gonna keep saying there's no cam until we got everything fixed. No cam, no draft today until we get fixed. Just everyone else in YouTube, in YouTube chat and in Twitch chat, if someone asks where's the Boit face, you guys just know. You just know what you gotta say. Tell them what's happening. Anyways, we've got the temple coming up for Eisomarto. He's already pre-queued in the shaft mine and bowsaw as a true Frere main. Things you should always remember to do is get yourself the shaft mine and bowsaw. There is no reason to delay. And up onto the top here, HellsRavage. He has simply grabbed himself his economic guild, and it looks like he might be. I don't think you should really go for the fast second town center as Gaia here. It's a little bit on the risky side. We can talk about that if maybe Hells goes for it, but he's moving out of his base onto the deer. I think you want to be at the very least aggressive early on and try and catch the Frere player out with whatever type of hill fort they want to drop. If they go for an aggressive hill fort, for example, you can kill it. If they go for a defensive hill fort outside of their base, you can kill it, and then you're sort of good to go. Now, in other news, we'll be putting up prizes for if Eisomarto can manage to delete a bigger army today than he did in yesterday's stream. His partner graciously spent many resources to help Eisomarto build the Army of Doom, only for it to be deleted in his face. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's in the meme section on my Discord channel. You can check that out and enjoy. All right. Well, HellsRavage now. He's got himself the double military barracks and a counter barracks, going straight into some Huron and Millos. Starting off fairly standard, fairly strong, fairly standard, fairly good. The question as to why you see the Asgardian hill fort at home, well, the reason is, in a tournament game, you don't want to take risks. If you take risks, you get punished. Players at this level, just have a look. The scouting is always good. Caladria comes in, sees everything. If this hill fort was, for example, over here, all of a sudden, this is up to 31 seconds remaining. It's getting beaten down by a couple of Murmillos and a Caladria and a Carnivora, and it doesn't work. So it's important to play safe and get your hill fort in. And this allows Eisomarto to go into Huskal, which he's going to need to deal with Terma, to deal with Harabalister, and all of the other shenanigans that come with that. Meanwhile, we see the first raid coming in. Great reaction for Eisomarto as he simply just pulls back into the town center and is good to go from now on. And in comes Huskal. Now, the reason as well why you want these Huskal, even if there isn't Terma or there aren't Harabalister or whatever, and it's just Murmillos, you almost still... Whoop, a little bit of a raid over here. You almost still want the Huskal. And the reason you want them is because they move at 5.0 speed, which is faster than the Murmillos, and it's actually faster than, I believe, the Murmillo Hero. There's a little bit of a fight happening there. Hells is going to be enjoying that one. But the reason is now you can start raiding, and you actually have priority in a matchup where you're normally the defender. and forever the defender. It's very hard to get the raids off. So Huskal are an amazing unit to be building here, even if your opponent's not making ranged units, just for the fact that they can run around the map and kill villagers off. And that's what you want them for. And then, of course, throw an Axeman to boot. You're only building wood-based units, and you can deal with everything else that starts coming in and all that other good stuff. Nonetheless, more Caladria in for HellsRavage, and it looks to me like he is opting to play a very, very aggressive variant of Gaia with the 3 military buildings and continuously pumping units out. There's a world here where you can kind of fake the Frere into sitting in their base, and then you can drop your own second town center and go from that. But Eisomarto has these double houses down. He makes sure to notice exactly what's going on, and he might look for his own town center over here at some point, but I think the safer play here is just wait and react. Your opponent's on one town center, you stay on one town center. As he's back in onto this position, yet again, Gaia Forest getting dropped over onto this side. I don't know about that one, but look at the damage. One more villager kill, not gonna happen. The Gaia Forest was donated. I'm not sure what that was. I'm very not sure what that was, but Eisomarto is going to be able to enjoy some wood over on that side. Meanwhile, he's over here. He's starting to lock up the map with his own walls. And, well, onwards and upwards, Eisomarto goes as he is going to charge in onto this position. We do have over onto this side. We've got the Eisomarto wooden gate getting targeted down. And, well, in comes a little bit of an engagement here, and I think Hells is very much going to want to take the fight. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the Carnivora here to help him out. But there's not enough thrown axemen in this army to really win the fight, and with a Karo Ballista coming in, that's going to be a brutal, well, kind of a brutal help here, as that doesn't get microed at all, but the Huskal will all get taken out, and the army of Eisomarto can do nothing but run here as HellsRavage is in full flight at the start of this game. Absolutely dominating the position here. And the big problem for Eisomarto is, well, he has to get himself another gold mine secured. Now, he's building himself a Draugr and getting himself the Valgaldir, but realistically, the best option for him is to sneak up a hill fort somewhere, because he's just lost big time on his army. He's very, very far behind on military here. Yes, he's got about 500 gold in the bank, so he can get some more units out, but HellsRavage is going to just keep pumping units here. Not sure I understand the bowsaw at this point, but when you get a slight advantage, why not get a little bit more of an advantage out of it? But in this sort of situation, you got to imagine that full send, full spam, full units here, and just get full line of sight on the map as well, with maybe some oracles, wouldn't be a bad idea for HellsRavage. Meanwhile, units are coming out. The dwarves making their way over onto this gold mine. Little bit lackluster from Hells, but he does have the Oracle over here spotting what's happening, and he will immediately move down onto this position. That being said, look at the Draugr, look at the Thrown Axeman, look at the Hersa. It's not going to be a simple fight, and Hells is choosing to do something that I gotta say I'm not a big fan of, but it might not matter because he is just that far in front. The heroization of the Murmillo come in. They're going to charge after the Draugr on the backside. The Terma trying to come through here as well as the Coraballista coming in onto the back. Carnivora got taken down there. Throwing Axeman on the shoot and scoop backwards here as now Gullinbursty is called in, but Gullinbursty by itself will not be enough as the villagers going down over onto the right side. Throwing Axeman on the backside going down, and game one goes to HellsRavage with an incredible performance on Gaia here. This, simply put, was how you play Gaia versus Frere. Now, Eisomarto played it right, in my opinion, on everything except for looking for the actual fight. There's no need to take a fight versus the Gaia. No need. Sure, you can take little skirmishes, little shoot and scoop with the throw and axeman, and you're just looking to slowly increase your map control, map presence with walls, and just slow the Gaia straight down. But he took this fight up onto this side, and I got to say, it did not work well for him. And as you can't make those sort of mistakes at this level, HellsRavage is going to punish you. And that there is game number 1 in the books for Hells. And Eisomarto, back to the drawing board. Let's jump back to the main menu. I will say again that I'm apologetic for the moment. We don't have ourselves our scoreboard. So no camera, no scoreboard, no draft for the moment. It might come back online at some point. I don't know. But anyways, let's jump over to the main menu and see what's going to happen. Well, I'm back. That's a good thing. Hi guys. How you going? All right. So our next map here is going to be on Cloud Forest. Everyone's favorite. These players have both picked 2 of the best maps in the pool here. And it's going to be a Thor versus Uranos. So we're going to see another Norse versus Atlantean matchup. I am having a bit of a bad hair day. I went to go get my hair cut and the barber was way too busy, so I decided to skip on it. So yeah, I am having not the best of hair days. But that being said, I do have my Prostagma shirt on. You can pick this one up for the grand total of, I'm not exactly sure what it's costing at the moment, but if you pick it up and you are coming to Athens to say g'day, I'll love to sign it, and I'm sure the players wouldn't mind to give their signature either, and you can walk away with something that I don't think is going to be possible to get picked up otherwise. We've almost got through our coffee. You can't pick up merch in Athens because I'm not going to bring merch to sell because that's way too hard. I mean, I could probably bring like an item. Tell you what I do want to do, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen or not. Trading cards. Player cards. You know, like you remember the you want Boit's face on your briefs. That's what I want from my briefs. I want some magic merch. Maybe I'll make a magic shirt. You know those like baseball or basketball like trading card things? How sick would that be? You have I am Magic, right? You have his face, and you have him like all glorified, touched up or whatever, and then you have like his like remember when we did Champions League and you have the player scores at the bottom? Yeah, we'll have a John Arbiter card with the 99 in Delulu. Perfect. It would be an amazing thing. But yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna happen. I've been trying for a while, but one day. Get the other players to raid each other. It just sounds wrong. What did I say the matchup was? Thor versus Uranos on Cloud Forest. Yeah, I like both of the picks here. This matchup is actually a matchup that I think that a lot of Uranos players misplay. And I'm gonna talk you through why I think that's the case in the game, and I'm sure we're gonna see something similar from Hells. It might work out for him, but I'll explain maybe why I think it's a bit of a misplay and how you can get yourself into a really good position and have a really good game without having to take massive risks playing as Uranos. But let's jump into Cloud Forest and see what is going to happen as I find it right on my thing. There it is. Off we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 2 here. It's 1-0 for HellsRavage, best of 5. Unfortunately, we do not have our scoreboard, and we do not have my face. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm sure you guys are very happy to see less of me and more of the game. And my ego was way too big to accept that fact, but that's what we're going to go with. Alright, in the left side of the map, Eisomarto playing as Thor, and HellsRavage playing as Uranus. That first game of Gaia versus Freyr did end pretty abruptly there, with HellsRavage having a very, very nice pressure attack and sort of just caught Eisomarto out. Caught Eisomarto with his pants down, some might say. So, Eisomarto now, he gets himself into a similar position. He's playing Norse again versus Atlantean, but it's a different type of Atlantean. Now, I was saying a little bit before here that I was going to talk you through something very, very interesting. And take a look at this bizarro spawn on this cloud forest. This is the most defensive second town center you're ever going to see on cloud forest. And it does take me into one of the ideas that I think is quite interesting for Uranus. Now, you can play Oceanus here. Don't get me confused. Don't get me wrong. Oceanus is perfectly fine, but in going Oceanus versus Thor, you set yourself up to need to do damage. Now, you do have access to damage in this matchup with Shockwave, with Murmillo raids. You've also got a really cool answer versus Mass Throwing Axeman with Chaos and all that other good stuff. But one very, very strong thing is your opponent is going to be playing quite defensively early on because he goes for the Dwarven Armory. It's a slower start. He gets a couple of extra dwarves out of the gate. And what you can do in order to find the advantage is you can go Prometheus, you can get yourself Theft of Fire and Heart of the Titans, and you can start looking to heroize your citizens in this matchup, which gives you an economic edge, which means you don't need to put that pressure on, and you can take the game a little bit slower. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's a lot more consistent if you ask me. That being said, we're not seeing that from HellsRavage. He is going for the same sort of opening as before, only without upgrades. Only without upgrades. So, Relic's coming in, and he gets, oh, that's a big, big Relic there for him. Hummingbird Beak against Norse. Are you kidding me? That's effectively a 3 copper weapons for HellsRavage for the rest of this game on his Murmillo. That's insane. That's such a big relic. Other relics on this map, Shenong's Okra Whip is always nice. It's not the most of important relics, but 10% extra food on your farms, or 15% extra food on your farms, is always good. 9 cauldrons up here as well. It's a relic you want to keep away from the Thor. And Great Storm Partly is probably one of those relics that I would request the devs to buff because it seems very, very sad. Not sure exactly what the right way to have this be is. I feel like nobody wants to build sentry towers anyways, right? But maybe like a 25% reduction in the cost of sentry towers could be a nice relic rather than where it's I'm just going to throw things out there. You tell me if they stick or not. Anyways, we've got ourselves the Hammer of Thunder. We've got the Thought Dwarven Breastplate pre-queued. Herser's starting to come in, and the Longhouse will be dropped down in the main base of HellsRavage. He is going to go straight into Mass Murmillos, of which Grass and Groom and Tunison to some degree have both shown off that it is very, very strong to turn your brain off and build nothing but Murmillos with Uranus. The main reason why this is the case is because you have access to the Satyr in the Heroic Age. So you can basically just go straight into Murmillo, apply pressure, not take any real fights versus throwing Axemen. If there are there, you just run away, you find a different spot to attack, get to the Heroic Age, and then you just make out a bunch of Satyrs with access to Chaos plus the Satyr special. You can often win the fights and dominate where that's considered. Where that's concerned. Into the main base here comes the HellsRavage force of infantry, and he will decide to scratch away at the house before bailing out on this one. He does have himself that Empyrean speed technology, stealing some turkeys away. The turkey theft is in. Anyways, There is definitely no problems with taking slight trades here for either party. There's obviously Healing Spring for Eisomarto, and there's the Galadria coming in. Slight trades do sort of favor the Norse here, so long as the Norse doesn't lose out on the trades, lose any units on the trades, because he gets favor. Any little engagement, any little bit of damage, it's good. Unlike the Aztecs that actually have to kill the unit, Norse just has to deal damage. So slight thing to keep in the back of your mind there in terms of when you take the fights. It's similar to how the Japanese Bushido system works. Those sort of trades, just getting damage done, keeping your units alive, healing them back up is incredibly valuable. Meanwhile, behind all of this, gotta say, I'm loving what I'm seeing here from HellsRavage. He's getting himself extra oracles out. He is making himself a Caraballister, which, you know, seems like a good idea, and it is, so long as you're mixing in the all-important Sky Passage. You always need to mix in the Sky Passage, as Mr. Solomon is going to fall, and the Murmillo, they see blood on those villagers. We do have a Healing Spring getting dropped down as the Murmillo there. Does it drop? Still alive? And he gets away. Gets away with that 1 HP Murmillo. Living the dream, but throwing axe, but desperately trying to catch up. So I want to kill the Murmillo. You're not going to kill that one. He is out of there. For the moment, there is not Hall of Thanes either, as the Galadria come over. Heals come in. Murmillo's back up to full HP, and Eisomarto will retreat back to his base, be very upset with the whole situation. But the big thing here for Eisomarto is look at the villager difference. It's 30 villagers to 32. So, to put it bluntly, Eisomarto is in a perfectly fine position to just keep sitting back and enjoying. That being said, similar to what I was saying about in the last game, with Huskal being incredible, you don't want to, huge push forward from miss movement from Eisomarto, and Shockwave comes in to take a little bit of damage here in. Lots and lots of Berserks losing their lives on this one. Huge damage there, but Shockwave is now down. Shockwave is now down. So Eisomarto has a little bit of time to play with here, as it's about 4 minutes for the Shockwave to come back up. Like I was saying though, Eisomarto doesn't need to play aggressive here. He doesn't have to look for fights. What he does have to do is look for oracles. This is where the main advantage of Uranus can get shut down. So running through the middle of the map, you want to avoid doing that. You want to run around the edge of the map. You want to be very, very careful, sending a handful of units off at a time so that you don't get Shockwave and lose a bunch of Berserks. But yes, around the edge of the map, looking for those oracles. Anyone's in the middle of the map, I'm sorry, they are actually the more safe oracles, because he wants to be sitting in that middle. And on top of this, right now, HellsRavage, after that Shockwave, after that first fight with these Caraballister, he is now in a position that is incredible for Uranus. What is that position? Well, we don't put a Sky Passage here. We put a Sky Passage here. We don't put a Sky Passage here. We put a Sky Passage here. And it might even be somewhat of a decent idea to take this Sky Passage away and place it directly into the center of the map so that he can have 3 angles to lock down. And then on top of that, you can put an oracle on each of those Sky Passages so that you can see everything happening there, and you can just sit back, relax, and wait for the Thor player to run out of gold. And you can take a big fight with Garrison, Trickery with the Caraballister. Impossible to lose that fight versus Norse, and it's very, very good for you. But HellsRavage, he makes another... I would say this is somewhat of a critical error to go into all these hero Murmillos at this stage. Box formation is very much important here for HellsRavage. He drops the Carnivora down, pulls the Caraballister to the back here. Raiding Cavalry still trying to get onto that back line as Hells. Great micro for him, but the throwing axeman on the backside. They're actually targeting down Galadria. Got to be so careful where that's concerned. The military differential here is still very, very close, but Eisomarto's Raiding Cavalry do end up falling here as the Caraballister should be able to get some much needed damage. No more micro though from HellsRavage, and he finds himself losing that fight very, very hard. And Eisomarto, he gets out of what could have been really, really bad for him. Big mistakes from HellsRavage on that one. Not having the sky passages set up to have the garrison micro, but more importantly, he just wasted so much resources, so many resources on heroizing Murmillos. This is something you really want to avoid doing as Atlantean. It might sound strange because we see everyone going mass hero Murmillos as Aranos, but the fact of the matter is, you want to delay that as long as you possibly can, basically until you're at full pop. It's a way to get yourself above full population. It's not a way to help you for the fight, because that's not what happens. It's not like heroizing a Murmillo is not worth the fact that you're sacrificing yourself getting another Murmillo out. And HellsRavage kind of learns that the hard way there with that fight. But still, militarily here, very, very close. We're now going to start seeing the cave trolls coming in. Do we see ballistics? Yes, we do. Ballistics in for Eisomarto is one of the most important technologies to grab for the troll. It makes it very, very tough for your opponent to actually dodge the boulder toss special ability. Normally, if you grab cave trolls without the ballistics, it can be fairly lackluster if your opponent is paying attention. But now, even if they are paying attention, they not only have to pay attention, but they also have to do a wiggle micro style defense. Basically, you go one way and then you got to juke back the other way. Otherwise, the boulder will hit you for a grand total of 45. Actually, it's 90 because it's 100% bonus damage when you get that cave troll tech in. So that's kind of a big deal. But Hells, he's still fine in this game. Even after losing that fight, it's not the end of the world for him. But Eisomarto has managed to get to his next position. He's in a good spot. He's going to be able to go Bragi. Chaos versus Bragi is going to be important. And we actually see yet again the Hero Murmillos coming through. The walls are all shot up here, though, for Eisomarto at the moment. There will be access to potentially Shockwave Carnivora for the next fight, which might be something to keep in the back of your mind. Big advantage as the units come forward. They're going to take down the wooden gate. He's going to try and get around onto this gold mine on the left side. The troll's sitting back there waiting, watching, dreaming. More Caraballister on the way. I'd still love to see a citizen walk forward for that forward sky passage as in comes the units here. There goes a gigantic shockwave, but the Murmillos, they're kind of just floating on the front here. And he does pull back. Still no box formation from HellsRavage. You can't run from that. And those trolls, look at the dead Murmillos there from that troll toss. That is what you need to do. Look at the damage onto all those units as well. HellsRavage has not been able to find the angles here to make this all work. Turns around onto this position. No Carnivora, but a aggressive Eisomarto is allowing HellsRavage a lot of opportunities here to charge forward as the trolls do throw another boulder toss in onto the backside. Incoming the raiding cavalry here as the throw and axeman numbers, they have dissipated. As the Caraballister on the back going to be desperately attempting to keep those alive. The hero units, though, for HellsRavage are dissipating, and I don't believe there's enough stuff here for HellsRavage to continue along in this fight. He's going to have to retreat. He's going to make a couple more heroes onto the back here as a somewhat desperate attempt to take out those trolls, but Eisomarto makes the heads-up play and says, I ain't going to charge in and take that out. So inch by inch here for Eisomarto. He survives the Shockwave Carnivora. I'm surprised that Hells went this way. He obviously didn't know that he could walk around here and start threatening the gold mine on this side. But attempting to push through a wall with melee units when your opponent is sitting behind it with range units that kill your melee units, it's not the best of ideas. Behind all this, though, Hells does have his upgrades. The upgrade advantage is clearly in for Eisomarto, but one of the things that Hells has managed to do here with all of this pressure is he's kind of forced Eisomarto into a prolonged classical fight, which is what you want here if you're the Iranos, to some degree. As around onto this side, he's coming in. We do see one Oracle getting sniped. It's the Carabalister out in the middle here. They're going to try and get some damage done as over onto this side. In comes the Mamillos, but the units here for Eisomarto are in, and he will have to pull back, but with the raiding cavalry up onto the top, units down onto the bottom side, Dwarves finishing up on this gold mine. Bragi now also on the way, though. There is a very small timing which Eisomarto can simply just run away from for HellsRavage to make something happen. He's spent everything on the military. Charge in with the hero units first and foremost and try and distract the trolls has to be the plan. But up to the top, Mamillo's trying to find their way through. Eisomarto here happily sitting back, waiting, watching. As random berserks over onto this side. They're getting a little bit of value there as the citizens will try and defend. HellsRavage yet again finding himself stuck between a wooden gate and any amount of actual damage. As Eisomarto is still waiting. He's still in a perfectly fine position here. And Hells, he pulls back. The only real option, I think, for Hells here is to get to the next age, but he goes for another heroization of Mamillos. If this was with Heroic Renewal, I would be way more fine with this. If he was in the Heroic Age and had Chaos, sure, no worries, go for it. But he doesn't. Now, Hells goes, oh, I'm up against a Flaming Weapons. He's trying to run here as the units will charge after him. There is access to a Shockwave and a Carnivora as the hero Mamillos split off. He's going to try and push the Carabalister back, but that's not going to be an option. He turns with his Mamillo heroes to try and prevent the units from getting in here. The big problem is that all these trolls are actually taking up population space. They're only 2 pop, mind you, but population space that could otherwise be used for a Flaming Weapons. As onto the backside, in comes the Eisomarto army, citizens falling. Chaos is on the way through Hyperion, so Hells is trying to hold on here. Pulls back into his base. Eisomarto obviously will not be wanting to take a massive fight. I'd love to see a citizen make a sneak. You've got sky passages. Just run the citizens into the main base and eat the berries and then farm. More towers into the main base going up here for HellsRavage. Basically, he's hoping that Eisomarto makes an insane decision here. He's hoping that Eisomarto loses his mind inside of Flaming Weapons, thinking he can just kill everything. But Eisomarto doesn't need to do that. He can just run back, grab himself town center, sit back, relax, enjoy. Villagers get sent off those farms that we're still asking the questions why they're there. And now in comes a big technology, Call of Valhalla for all of those berserks. In comes the army of HellsRavage. Gets in there. There goes the Shockwave, trying to stop the trolls from getting that special, but the trolls all focusing in onto that back line as the military units get dropped. Chaos gets dropped there. Flaming Weapons is also in. In comes the hero Mamillos onto that back line, trying to take out the trolls as they do drop, but these units of Eisomarto, they have iron upgrades. They have Flaming Weapons, and I don't care how good your micro is, you ain't winning that fight. And HellsRavage looks like he is going to be dropping game 2 as we enter into a 1-to-1 situation. Eisomarto manages to get through what I would consider to be quite a difficult situation in this game. Hells, he had the early game advantage. He found the good damage. He forced Eisomarto into a position where he needed to be onto that second gold mine. But the game plan, as far as I'm concerned, was simple, and it was get yourself the sky passages set up so that you can garrison micro the Carabalister. maybe a wall set up in front of a sky passage as well makes it so tough for the Thor to do anything versus Kyra Ballister. But Kyra Ballister out in the open, especially not with box formation micro, it's tough to make use of them. It is. You need box formation micro, maybe a couple of catapulties in the mix, Murmillos and that sort of stuff if you don't have Kyra Ballister, if you don't have walls. But that one mistake there from Hells gave Eisomarto all of the opportunity to make everything happen. And Eisomarto took it, ran with it, and I guess the next position here where Hells tried to attack onto this position with a Shockwave and a Carnivora didn't really work out for him. And again, Eisomarto took that advantage and ran with it. And then over onto this position, I think there was one more opportunity for HellsRavage to make something happen here, but he was not willing to go. Anyways, game 2 in the books, 1-1. Both players looking strong here. Both players looking like a match for each other. Let's jump back to the main menu and see what game 2 is going to bring us. Game 3 is going to bring us? I don't know where we're at anymore. Alrighty. So we've got Ghost Lake as the next map. And it's a Zuccolo versus Loki. Zuccolo versus Loki. Rappel, you're a Mega Troll. I think so. Alrighty. How's everyone going? How's your day been? What have you been up to? Anyone moved houses recently? Magic has. Magic moved houses recently. I put out a patch today. Rappel still thinks that Egyptian's really strong for some reason. Put out a video today. Hades, stronger than you want, stronger than everyone else is saying. Nah, Rappel put Ra in S tier again. I heard him do that. Terrible. Alrighty, into Ghost Lake we go for our Zuccolo versus Loki matchup. I like staring you guys up. It's fun. All right, off we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3. We are dead even moving into this game on Ghost Lake. We get ourselves a Zuccolo versus Loki. Everyone's favorite god to match up against, I'm sure. I've heard everybody literally, okay, no, I'm not letting that stand there, Tunison. The only thing that I've said this patch is that slingers are rubbish, which they are, that Egyptian is weak, which they are, and that Greek is stronger than everyone else is saying, which they are. Name one thing that I've said that's outrageous in that statement. All right, thank you very much. Onwards and upwards. Little Crow Circle, armory weapons going, food and gold, minus 50%. Over on this side, we've got Pandora's Box, making myth units cheaper. Over onto this side, we have the Armor of Achilles, which is damage vulnerability to hack, minus 5% of the current. And up onto this side, we have the Atlatl of Ehekatl, which is also quite fun. Alrighty. So this matchup here with the Zuccolo, there's a couple of things here that you're very happy about with Loki. One, you really want to build Hersa, and Hersa are good versus myth units. But the Zuccolo player is more than happy to build Samurai. More than happy to build Naginata Rider. And they can deal with the Hersa. And they can deal with the Godi as well. They can then go into myth units and have a really, really good game. On top of that, they don't have to go into myth units. It does slow them down. It slows down the Zuccolo game if they don't go into myth units because they're not getting that extra passive Bushido or even the active Bushido from their myth units fighting. But they can spam God powers. And that can be a way through the Loki Hersa army. However, given that it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, the amount of mobility here that HellsRavage is going to be able to utilize inside of a 4-city sort of Hersa game plan does mean that things like going for Samurai does have a weakness, and that's that the Hersa are going to be able to run around killing off their villagers while you keep the Throw-on Axemen back and play defense and maybe even have some other units in defense as well, like the Herdman or whatever. But we are actually going to see Eisomarto committing to a pretty interesting game plan. He's actually going in Adio Kami in this matchup, which you get Swampland, which is obviously really good versus everything that's not named a Hersa or a Godi in terms of the actual military units you can build for Loki. And you also get these Kitsune, which, if you're not prepared for it, can be a absolute menace. An absolute menace. How do you prepare for the Kitsune? Well, I love this building placement here from Hells. He's just got to make some buildings up onto this side, maybe even a building over here, and lock this position off so the Kitsune are not able to get in here. And Eisomarto, for the moment, he is searching for damage. And of course, one other very simple way to defend against the Kitsune is to drop Healing Spring in your main base. Of course, you'd still get yourself access to... Wow! 2 Kitsune down for a villager, but that villager dying there? Oh my god. I almost don't believe that. I don't believe that that just happened. That's wild. I don't think it was worth it for Eisomarto in losing 2 Kitsune there, but an insane amount of it's just insane that that happened. That's wild. Nonetheless, HellsRavage, Mr. Solomon coming in, Celine Dion coming in as well. Guardhouse will get targeted down. Might actually get denied here. I don't think the Hersa are doing quite enough damage. Kitsune, got to be careful there. You don't want to try that. Juragumo also, that's going to be value there as well, as the Miko will attempt to keep everyone alive. In comes the Naginata Rider, which is a little bit on the scary side here for HellsRavage, because he's going to be able to run away, heal up, and then continue the fighting. And this is always the issue. Always the issue. You don't really want to take these early exchanges because you're feeding the Bushido and they can just heal them up. Of course, you can get favor in as the Loki, but you don't really have a usage for that favor in this matchup until the heroic age, unless the Zuccolo player decides to do something suboptimal, like build Yumi Archer. Then the trolls can do something, but you don't really want trolls versus Naginata Riders. They have 50% pierce armor. I don't really want them versus Samurai either. I mean, Samurai, maybe it's okay, but the Naginata Riders definitely doesn't help where that's concerned. Now in onto this side. Another little cheeky fight here as the Hersa have to decide, do they want to take the fight or not? Naginata Riders continuing to charge forward, and Hells will turn, take a little bit of a fight, but he's going to take even more damage on this one. I mean, to some degree, he probably should just turn and fight and micro here, as we will see Kusanagi getting dropped. Hersa gets spread all around, And the Naginata Riders pick off another Herser going down. Troll coming in there. Good micro from Eisomarto, but he does have what we call the micro advantage, which is he's moving at 6.6 speed with those Naginata Riders compared to 5.5 speed for these Herser. So this is also why you don't really want to be pushing forward because of that simple fact. But nonetheless, Hells, he pulls back. I'd love to see a handful of Herdmen coming in. And in the main base here, like I said, all the units, they go back up to full HP. Hells, on the other hand, still hasn't dropped his healing spring. And Eisomarto is going to take full advantage of this fact moving forward. Now, Herdmen will come in, and they are going to obviously be very, very nice here, as the Herser will happily charge forward, try and get some damage. Troll gets the bit of a attack off. Healing Spring comes down. One Herser down for one Naginata Rider here as the micro coming in. There goes the Valkyrie spawn. That's what you obviously need here, as the Herser try to get onto the Kitsune. They get one smack. You're really not killing off Kitsune here unless your opponent severely missed micros. But Hells needs to pull back to that Healing Spring. Chasing forward, you're just running into a death problem as far as I'm concerned, as we will see the Yumi, the Bushi coming in. And Hells can come back to his Healing Spring, get healed up. And we do have medium in for our main man, Eisomarto. So I guess, I mean, it's kind of tough to judge exactly where you're at. One of the hard parts about playing versus Japan is when the Bushido comes through the next tier. I think the score or whatever values it quite highly. You get in the extra, well, you get in like 50 favor for this instance, and you also get in a whole bunch of medium upgrades, which is obviously a big boost in your actual economy. But on the flip side, all the favor that HellsRavage is getting in, it doesn't actually feel similar. And you take a look at the actual military differential at the moment, it's pretty much favoring the Norse player here, right? As in comes the fight. There goes another Kusanagi. There goes the Swampland. But there's only a couple of units that actually die to these Kappas here as a Draugr spawns. Not exactly what you want. But Eisomarto sits in this fight for way too long. He's feeling like he wins it because he has the healing spring. But Herser, they are doing very well at the moment. As I think that Hells, he's still trying to chase down those Naginata Riders to prevent them from healing back up. But he's got so many low HP units. It's making me so nervous watching him charge forward with those, as he will pull back to his main healing spring. And another thing here that he really needs to be thinking is, well, I lost the healing spring once. Let's not lose it again by dropping a military building next to it. There he goes. Longhouse going down. Meanwhile, over onto the left side, Herser simply just checking things out. And it is still going to be a full classical age send here, which, I mean, if Hells continues along this path and doesn't try and get heroic age in, probably favors the Susanoo. And normally Japan wants to play an extended classical fight because you get access to heavy and your opponent won't be able to keep up with you, right? But if you don't go to the heroic ages Susanoo as well, you don't get access to the all-important Thunderburst, which can be amazing to help you get another Kusanagi out, another Swampland out, and all that other good stuff. There's more units in from Hells. His macro is looking great. Favor situation is coming through and getting spent nicely as Hells says, let's take another fight. Another Kusanagi gets dropped down onto the backside. More fighting here. I'm surprised to see Hells moving away from his healing spring. As in comes the units, but I think Hells can turn and take this fight now without any Kusanagi. He's in a good spot, but if this Swampland comes through, then life gets very, very tough for him. Now the Longhouse goes down, but this market keeps everything alive, or keeps the healing spring in his control for the time being. As Hells will turn and potentially look for another fight. Militarily speaking, it looks okay for Hells, but there's so much more population on the side of Eisomarto here. And there's a lot of Naginata riders as well, as Eisomarto knows exactly what he's aiming to do. I'm surprised to see him continuing to attack over here. There's going to be another Swampland coming momentarily. As Hells will turn, attempt to take the fight. There goes the Swampland as the Trolls do get a big ball of damage off there. But is it going to be enough as the Kitsune will go down? The Naginata Riders will go down as well. A Valkyrie spawn there onto the back. One of the big problems with continuing to attack Athloki is that one factoid. But in comes the heavy. Another tier of Bushido to come through. The Swampland does go down, but Kusanagi is available here as well. Militarily, it's still very, very close. Another Valkyrie spawn to come through as the hero units for Eisomarto are looking like they don't exist anymore. One bushy on the back. There might be enough stuff here for HellsRavage to get through all of this. A Draugr spawn there isn't the most helpful, but anything is good as HellsRavage desperately trying to hang on to this healing spring. And he does manage to push Eisomarto back, but this is now a position. Kusanagi gets dropped. That was not a good Kusanagi there in the slightest, but this is the position I was talking about. You're now up against heavy units, and Eisomarto is just going to continue sending units forward here and continue to keep HellsRavage in this classical age. And the worst thing that can happen here for HellsRavage is, well, this gold mine expiring. He has to move over onto here. But more importantly, what happens when Champion comes in? Now, it's a long ways away. And I imagine with all the economy increasing, the 1,300 resources to get to the next age is probably going to be within reach. But the one thing here that Eisomarto's not doing, which might be his downfall, is he's not building any samurai. Doesn't matter if you're at heavy upgrades. The Naginata Riders will still lose to Herdman. The Bushi here, well, yes, they're strong, don't get me wrong, but they're not necessarily the be-all and end-all. As a little bit of a fight breaking out here, Hells goes, I can take this one, as he charges in and away. Those naked raiding cavalry are looking very, very strange here. Hells charges in. He does have the slightest of military resource advantage here, but that is about it. As back to his defensive position as the Hersir do split off. He doesn't have he does have eyes in the forest. He is searching for villagers to kill here. And look at the vision that he gets as he's charging down looking for something. But in come the units onto this position. And that is exactly what Eisomarto is going to be wanting, as the Hersir do find the villagers on this side, turning around to take that fight there. Can Hells holds here is the big question, as the Kusanagi gets dropped down to keep the units alive. The Hersir trying to charge forward over onto this side. An Ida respawn to come through. It would have been huge if the Hersir were up here for this fight. But Hells has to pull back even further. As I still feel like he can probably take the fight if he wants to. He pulls away from the healing spring. Now I don't think his units are getting healed up. The Hersir are going to attempt to get back up into this position. Another Ida respawn to come in as the front line does melt there. The Hersir are coming over onto this side as well. And HellsRavage pushes Eisomarto back another time here. And now Hells is well and truly in the advantage for the military situation, We still don't see Ace. Now, finally, at 17 minutes into the game, we see some dojos. Much needed to potentially force out throwing Axeman. But I think this is too little, too late. Hells will be in full flight now up onto this side. Herdman getting attacked by Naginata Riders. Is it good for Eisomarto? Either he loses all of them. Main base under attack here as the Ursa coming in to clean those up. Up onto the top side, the villagers do get spotted. They're getting taken down. And a wall to come through here from Hells, and he does get it. The villager's going to try and shank this down. They do manage to do so. And I think he's going to be able to get back. But into the main base, the villager's falling. And Eisomarto taps out as HellsRavage manages a incredible win here with the Loki. What a game. What a game from HellsRavage. But you have to ask the question, what was Eisomarto thinking? This is the most defensive position on the map for HellsRavage. Underneath the healing spring with military buildings close by. Why not just look for somewhere else to put pressure onto? Attack the top. There's villagers over here. There were villagers up here. Attack into this position. Attack here. Attack just literally anywhere else apart from this spot. On top of that, where were the samurai? Why were the Yumi archers coming in? Just doesn't make any sense. Yumi archers to potentially kill off throwing axemen makes sense, but Naginata Riders killed them. There was a world where, I don't know, like last patch before the throwing axemen did get changed, that sure, I would say, yeah, you want to build archers a lot more versus Norse, but now I don't see the purpose of building those Yumi archers versus Norse. Naginata Riders kill off throwing axemen perfectly well, and samurai kill off everything else. Maybe Bushi is fine, maybe On the Musha is fine, but this one here for Eisomarto did not make sense, and Hells up 2-1 now. He's one game away from complete and utter victory. Let's jump back to the main menu and see what is going to happen for game number 4. All right, game number 4 is going to be a Nuwa versus Zeus. Nuwa versus Zeus affair here. Well, Bushi don't have any bonus versus infantry, so it's not like they're super amazing or anything versus the Herdman. Yumi archers have some bonus versus infantry. Of course, there's pierce damage, but anyways, let's jump into game number 4. It is 2-1 for HellsRavage. We're going into the map Budapest. Nuwa versus Zeus. Off we go. And off we go into game number 4. It is 2-1 for HellsRavage, one game away from his first quarterfinals appearance. He hasn't been able to get past the round. Hang on. I don't see any message from Hells. I don't know what's happened, but there is a pause. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have our cool UI for today, as there is a slight technical difficulties, so we're just not going to go without it. Sorry about that, guys. I know it's sick. I know it's awesome, but alrighty. Onwards and upwards. So, HellsRavage here. Bushy getting getting a little bit of early game action in. We do see the back dock coming up as both docks in the middle for Eisomarto are on the way. It's a huge advantage playing as Noir on this map early on because you can just drop the clay peasants and you can drop your docks down. The issue here is if HellsRavage plays a very, very nice build order and goes for a very, very quick classical age, he can just walk over and kill off the docks and there is nothing that Eisomarto can do to stop that. So the game plan to some degree here for Hells has to be a clean 8 fishing ship advance time, immediately into hoplite, and immediately into putting pressure on. Athena is your right call here in this matchup. Not really anything you need to ceasefire with the exception of potentially a Fey Beasts, but a Restoration does just fine versus the Fey Beasts. So yeah, you're going to be fine to play Athena in this one. And you also want to make sure those hoplites are super strong. Nonetheless, let's check out the relics and see if there's anything fun. We got Tawara Todder's last arrow over here, which is going to make those ranged soldiers do a little bit of extra bonus damage. On the bottom side, Trojan Gate Hinge, making walls a little bit stronger. Up onto this side, we've got the Archimedes' Ledger, which is siege and kinemets and population uses -1. Over onto this side, we have ourselves the Jade Hare with units speed plus 5%. Amazing relic. And I do see that Tunison aptly notices everything. Fishing ships were delayed ever so slightly. So Hells, he's going for the fast temple. He's going for the fast advance. I don't like that he dropped the granary, to be completely honest. He could have dragged those Aurochs underneath his towns and saved himself 50 wood. But he is going for the fast advance. And it really should be netting him about this time to advance. I'm surprised he's building an extra villager here, but he is going to be doing that. On the flip side, Eisomarto still hasn't dropped a temple, so he is a ways away from getting his advance in. As the Katoskopos sees that, we don't see a dock up onto the back just yet. It might be a little bit on the greedy side for Eisomarto to go for that, but even if he advances quickly, in open bracket quotation marks, even if he advances quickly here, he is still going to be behind the 8 ball in defending one of these sides. So now I say to Hells, does he have the know-how? Does he have the ability? Does he have the forethought to say, let's set up a Katoskopos over here, a Pegasus over here, and just ensure that there's not going to be a villager snuck over to drop another dock? Because he should be able to wander over here, drop a dock, drop a military academy, and just break this down. It looks like, however, he might be going for something that I don't particularly like. He might get a Vil pick here or two, but this is not value for HellsRavage in this game to try and attack the actual economy of a Noir at the moment in their main base. Up comes the military academy, number 1, number 2. And the Jason is getting tiny bits of value there. We've also already got the Mountainous Might pre-queued for Eisomarto as he goes, all I want to do is turn around and... Oh, no, never mind. He's cancelled that one, it looks like. Oh, did he? Did he buy it? No, he's cancelled that one. As the Minotaur trying to get in, he could bolt the Xiongqi if he really wants to get in here. He will turn and get a smack or two, but the town center doing nice things. As this Kwafu is a little confused about where he wants to go. I don't think that's going to go down anytime soon, and I don't believe the Minotaur even stops that, as there goes the Earth Wall. Immediately, Hells goes, all right, time to run back. He's going to take out the Earth Wall, and he can potentially just leave this position as Hell's just continuing his all-out attack versus Eisomarto at the moment. Also going to be making himself hippiest behind this. I mean, the problem here, as the villagers will make their way over onto this gold mine, the main problem here is that there's such a differential in food economy that what Eisomarto can do here is he can just drop a market and go from there. As Hells, well, he is not 100% sure on what's going on. He's pushed off of this gold mine for the time being as he moves over to try and pick off some villagers off the wood line here. Can he get one? No, he can't. Yes, he can. And these villagers on this gold mine, they didn't drop a silo. There is wood for it. And the Minotaur will spot them moving over onto that position. Lots and lots of damage coming in here for HellsRavage at the moment. Does he get another Vil pick? Yes, he does. He definitely saw those villagers moving outside of the base here. But fire archers to come through. Trying to take out the tower. Dodging those fire arrows there. But the hoplites die very quickly to the fire archer nonsense. And Eisomarto is just in a lot of trouble as the Hippias will ride through. In comes the Terracotta Riders as well. And I think a restoration is probably due here to help out as there he goes. And that can keep that Minotaur alive for just a little bit longer. But HellsRavage is allowing... Another villager going down there is huge. HellsRavage is allowing gold to get grabbed on that right side. There's so much food in the bank here for Eisomarto. And now he says, can I take out the town? You can't take out the town center at this point. Surely not. Fire archers popping back out over here as the Minotaur comes in to try and get some more damage done up to the top position as the Pioneer... not Pioneer. One Pioneer does come in. The Hero Kwafu comes in, snipes the Minotaur there as this Earth Wall looking to get taken out as another Pioneer to go down onto this position. And has HellsRavage done enough damage? Is the question. He has come up onto this side, finds another peasant. Kill 28 villagers to 24 for the moment, but it's so many fishing ships to not very many fishing ships as the Kwafu will again turn around and decide to take the fight. The hoplites dying here for idle time only cannot be what Hells wants. As he comes up to the top, takes out the sentry tower here. More units are going to be attempting to swing back in onto this spot. There isn't a machine workshop with a tower attachment in there. And Hells will have to pull back. I like the idea of just building more Minotaur here. Now, I don't see any reason to not build Minotaur at the moment. They've been doing... Well, the one that he built was doing absolute work. You force out some big problems on the side of the new war. As the market now coming down for Eisomarto, he sees the opportunity to sell some food. He's got 2,500 in. And this is the only thing, really, that's keeping Eisomarto in this game. Hells now, he needs to just wander over here and kill off this dock. The fact that he hasn't just sent like one hoplite over there to just start bashing away, I don't like that. Behind this, we will see Rushall coming in. Watchtowers is on the way as Eisomarto, well, we'll see if he can hold here as the Hippias charge forward. Watchtowers does manage to research, even though it was in the tower that's getting targeted down. And Hells will have to ask himself the question, does he want to stay here or not? Because he's going to take a lot of damage from these military buildings. Crenellations in. Villagers back over onto this gold mine yet again. And Hells continues to charge forward. Town center getting damage done. We've got halberdiers on the way up onto the top side. The wall will come back up there to block off any sort of retreat out to the top side. As Hells is just full send at the moment. Up to the top position, looking to pick off some more villagers over here. Just not caring in the slightest about the fact that there's all of this extra damage coming in from these watchtowers and the town center. And he is about to realize that he is sort of stuck in here. He go after this wall. In comes the Fey Beast, and that does get dropped down. Heroes get brought over here, and all of these military units of HellsRavage will end up falling. There's more units in onto this position. We do have the army coming up to the top. It's 37 villages to 22 now, though. As I gotta say, Ballet coming up over here. I don't see the exact advantage. Oh, can't lose villages. I don't see the exact advantage here for Eisomarto. But HellsRavage, losing all those units like that, I don't see that he's got a very big advantage here either. Yes, it's 38 to 23, but with the fishing ship differential, it doesn't matter at the moment. And Hells also with a lot of idle time on these villages to move to the back position. Well, the game continues along the ballet gets up, and Eisomarto will happily have some gold here. So the top, ballet does get spotted. Villagers will garrison. Eisomarto has the units to defend himself. These hoplites can obviously just run away as more units are getting pumped out from HellsRavage. And this year, I think it's a fight actually that Hell's going to actually win, especially with the Toxotes getting brought in. Good micro, though, from Eisomarto with the Fire Archers shoot and scoot, taking out those hoplites. As the hoplites can return back over to the ballet to try and take that out. And so long as Hells can prevent those units from actually charging over there, he's going to be in a good spot, but he doesn't prevent the movement. He runs all the way back, and the hoplites will yet again need to bail. There still isn't ballistics in for Eisomarto. He's placed it down, but no ballistics does mean the hoplites are free to run in, run out, no problems. And now finally, we see a dock targeted at 12 minutes and 40 seconds into this game. Picking off this dock is 8 fishing ship kills. Villagers over here do need to pull back, but yes, picking off the dock is going to be huge here for HellsRavage. BS getting picked off over onto this side. Is still 1,000 food in for Eisomarto. He is not struggling on food, that is for sure. Hells at the moment getting his heroes out to help out as the villagers get pushed off of the gold mine yet again. But the fact of the matter is that Heracles is an amazing help versus a mainly machine workshop, military camp, classical age army. Because they don't do any real damage. They do bonus damage, right? If they attack the right unit, they get a lot of bonus damage in. As Hell's charging forward. Does he have his upgrades? Let's check a quick upgrade. Doesn't have hand axe. We do have the upgrades in for Eisomarto, though he's missing that shaft mine, which you really should be thinking about grabbing. The other alternative here for Eisomarto is to take those Kwafu and move up onto the gold mine here. We do see a dock coming up on this side for Eisomarto to get his fishing ships back to work. But a little bit of idle time forced goes a long way. Another dock going, or a dock going down here for Hells wouldn't go astray either. Eisomarto does have himself in the Wuzu Javelin here now. He's getting himself ballistics through. He's getting himself copper shields and copper weapons. But unfortunately, he doesn't do it in the right way. And it's going to take him quite some time to make this happen. As a creation gets dropped down on this. Are you kidding me? There's no way that's going to be helping out Eisomarto. Restoration number 2 down for HellsRavage. And Eisomarto can do nothing but just run here as the hoplites split off to the gold mine. And they say, good night, ballet. You are done for. A creation on the top gold mine would have been, I would have been perfectly happy with that because he needs gold. But to help out on the actual fight, no sir. There's still plenty of food in the bank for Eisomarto, but he's sold every little bit that he possibly can. Now he's only getting 20, wait, how much is it? 24 gold per 100 food. It's not worth it. And with the fact of the matter is he's behind on village count in a really, really big way. So hoplites coming back in. Do they have themselves that more important Sarissa upgrade? Yes, they do. An armory going to be getting dropped down now for HellsRavage as well. One incredibly powerful move for Hells is to get Dionysus in for bronze. As the fight continues in onto this position, the problem for HellsRavage is he can't really take the fight because of the earth wall. So he can't charge forward here, and he shouldn't be charging forward here. But if he can catch the units out behind him, outside of the earth wall, then it's perfectly fine. Over onto the left side, though, HellsRavage's Spidey senses are tingling as he says, I wonder if he's not on that right gold mine, maybe he's on the left one. But it's not even the Spidey senses. It's just the Pegasus floating above saying, hello there. As the hoplites will clean up the dock on the backside. Hippias coming up onto this side as the Halberdier trying to get in here. But, I mean, every villager killed is so brutal. Over onto this side, the the Javelineers getting some damage there as those Hippias will pull back. Units over onto this side to split up, and some villager kills in for those Javelineers has to feel good. Every little bit of damage is mattering. I mean, I look at this score that Eisomarto has, and you think about it and go, wow, that's a crazy amount of score lead. He's got to be winning, right? I don't think he's even close in this game. Hells, it feels like he is so far in front here. Yes, there's heavy upgrades in, but in comes the hoplites onto that backside. Hippias getting drawn away. Hell's not wanting to take the fight. He really shouldn't. He should be thinking for everything into myth units and a bronze push. Technically, he's about to have another restoration here as well, so maybe he can go for that as the next option to boot, but he doesn't have, I guess he hasn't got no population, so may as well. Those upgrades will come in slowly. And Hells giving a little bit of life over to Eisomarto. But can Eisomarto hold this bronze push? I mean, he can just run through his earth wall. I'd love to see a fortress get dropped down and start sieging away with a Petropolis to actually kill off the wall, or even just use the Hydra to take the wall down while he charges in to get the damage done. Now, I have to remind you guys that the score at the moment is 2-1. If Hells wins this one, the game is, or the series is over. This is a must win for Eisomarto. Last chance. You don't get another one. Hippias charging up to the top. Still holding on to that restoration as he's targeting down the ballet. I don't know why he's holding on to the restoration. There he goes on it. As the Hydra does end up falling, but the ballet will go down after this. 13 seconds of bronze remaining. 130 population for Hells to 150 population for Eisomarto. Does he have enough stuff? The villagers falling. Jason, Heracles in. Hoplites come in. The bronze is done. Fire archers. There's not many of them to take out these hoplites. And Hells looks like he is winning the fight, winning the series, and he is going on to the round of 8, ladies and gentlemen. That is Eisomarto's road to Athens. Cut short there. And HellsRavage, what a series from him. He is looking like his vintage self. For those of you who don't know, HellsRavage, he is a veteran around these parts. He's been playing Age of Mythology since before I started playing Age of Mythology. He was a top player while I was still a little child. He is a monster of an Age of Mythology player, and Eisomarto caught out today, not able to make it happen, not able to deal with that pressure that Hells was throwing him. Very, very well played game. Very, very well played series. We'll be seeing Hells on the weekend. Good luck to him there. I'm not sure I have a bracket to show you guys here, so I'm not going to try. We're going to jump back over to the main menu. Tell you what's happening next. I have a short break because I got to the loo, but let's jump back to the main menu. Hello there. My face is back. Did you miss me? So that there is our first series done. Our next series is going to be at 1800 GMT, which is going to be Matador versus, I'll call it Maddie. He's rebranded. Maddie versus Zuccolo, which is bound to be a very fun matchup. They're both very fun players to watch, both very raid heavy and all that other good stuff. So for those you want to hang out with me as we continue on the stream, I'm going to be doing my own personal laddering shenanigans, playing some random games, watching some stuff. But it's going to be 3 hours from now. So if you do want to go away and come back then, I understand. But if you want to hang out with me, please do. I'm going to change scenes now. Hopefully we get everything fixed up for the next one. But yeah. Alrighty. So we are back. All right. I am going to be right back, guys. Don't you guys go nowhere. But yeah, I'll be soon. This time he needs to go away. Hello there. Did you miss me? Alrighty. We're gonna play some games, I guess. I need to get some water. I don't have my water bottle for some reason. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. Let's come over here. What is this defeat? Is that me losing? Oh, I lost because that's right. Eisomarto deleted the entirety of his army. That's right. See what I did there? All on purpose. Would anyone like to play me in a video game? I am open for gimme games at this point. Let's go random. How do you cast this delete your army god power? I don't know, man. Basically what you do is you say, hey, I want to resign to your teammates. And then your teammates say, no, don't. This is all part of the plan. You shouldn't have gone for the second town center. I told you to go village center, but you went for the second town center. Shouldn't have done that. Anyways, you did that, but it doesn't matter. The whole part of this plan is I'm going to feed all of you. I'm going to feed you into the point where you're really, really strong, and we're never going to lose a fight ever. And the only way we lose a fight is by someone deleting their own army. Yeah. Step one, get your. I better get some good food. That's true. What are we eating? Do we have any yayas to cook for us? We need some of that proper Greek food. I wanna sit down with Rappel's family, and we're gonna make us big food, big feed. It's been a long time since I've had the proper situation there. I need to see if I got any cousins in Athens. They gotta look after me. You were thinking something different? What were you thinking? Thought you'd host a sort of. I'd host you. Aren't you the one with all the money? You big bad boy accountant. I heard you were gonna pay for everyone. That's what I heard. Someone told me that Magic is gonna give us all that Michelin star dinner. That's what I heard. Was I lied to? I think I was lied to. He seems like he's just in it for the. He's just in it. Oh, you got the corporate card. I don't have the corporate card. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Am I involved in the stream hosting at Athens? What exactly do you mean by that? I will be there. I am streaming it. I have a production crew helping me out. We've got 2 of the best. We've got 3 casters. Potentially an extra special guest, though I'm not sure exactly what's happening there. But yeah, it's big secret Magic, because I don't want to say anything if it's not confirmed. So I need to figure that all out.
Shikami Kuali, Nelia. Shimal Chicket. Motlana Galchik Lamik Ticket. Nigen Lamik Ticket.
It's Bill Gates? Could you
Chicken.
imagine if Bill Gates
Guateki.
would come to my gaming events? I've been trying to get in contact with Bill Gates so he can give us some more money for more age mythology stuff, but he's lame. He doesn't want to come. Oh, I'm playing versus Demeter. It's already lost. You don't know if AOM's got anyone special that's not already a part of it? Hell, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I'm not sure, is all. I'm really not sure. It's very much up to this person if they want to come. Let's go this way then.
Niitsto. Kalchite postli. Shimomo pitlawi. Ineki.
Well, now he doesn't have the wither for his own thing. That shuts down some of the some stuff. Give you a hint. Is a fan favorite in the Age of Empires world. Everybody loves him. He has many a meme made about him.
Chikamanalti. Chikamanalti. Kuali.
I refuse to say anymore. You guys can guess, but like I said, I don't know if it's confirmed or not. So. Can't believe I got withered over here. So I think he found my goats there. What are the relics? Ring of Nibelung, Hummingbird's beak. Okay.
Chikamanalti. Kenatlamik ticket. Niitsto. Eli. Kena. Te postli. Niitstak. Chikamnali. Nalia. Nichiwas.
I will take that one.
Motlana watil. Kuali. Nalia.
I will take that one there. I wonder, should I just do this again here?
Motlana watil.
Shignineki. Plamik
Oh, he took it.
Nalia. Nichiwa. Kuali. Nalia.
Niitsto. Chikamanalti.
Should I just fast heroic? It's 2 gold mines. Maybe we should be going for like light pressure. I don't have any good ideas. Let's do this.
Ni Shikaman Nichiwa Nalali. Nalia.
Nichiwas.
Ni Motla Nawatil. Ni Nalia. Kua Nichiwas Nalkuali.
Hitku Nalia.
Shikama Nichiwas.
You guys just go this way.
Niitsto. Koateki.
Ni Motla Nawatil. Ni Itztok. Motla Kuali. Nalia Kuali.
Nalia.
Kind of do some stuff here.
Nalia. Shikama Nalti. Motla Nawati Nikuali.
Motla Kalchika.
Ni Itztok. Mot nichiwas.
Ni iken masewalsi.
Needs to Nelwali. Chiwa. Neli. Kuali.
Nali kuani nalia.
Motla na wati. Chiwas.
Motla kuani nali kuali.
Motla na watil.
Nali kuani chiwas. Kuani chiwas.
Needs to Nelia. Kuali. Nelia. Chiwali.
Ni it nal kuali. Motla na shini nali chiwas.
Chikamanalti.
Shikamineki. Kalchi.
Motla na wati shika.
What the hell? I told him to.
Kuali ni chiwas. Shika manali.
This is why this unit sucks. I told him to go into a thing and he just didn't.
Motla na wati kuali. Shina kuali.
It's got nothing to do with the unit being bad. It's just. It's just impossible to use. Like, what the hell?
Kalchi. Kwapek.
Needs to Chikamanal Kuali.
Mot nali chiwas.
Motla Nichiwas. Naruali. Nalia. Nalia. Nichi. Nalia. Titlata
Ni
Witi.
kuali. Techin miktian.
Actually, I should drop a town center here, shouldn't I? Fuck it.
Shimomokwitla. Kalchi.
Motlana Watil.
Needs to Mot Kuali. Chiwas. Nelia. Kuali.
Chikamanalti.
Chiwas.
Shika man. Mot ni nalia kuali.
Chikamanelia.
Shini chiwas. Titla
Iguali. Nel Chiwas. Kuali. Motla na Nel Chiwas.
Ni kuali. Shika manati.
Chikamaniabi. Kuali. Chinelia.
Motla na shika kuali ni chiawin. Ni kuali. Techin miktian.
Motla na Nel Chiwas.
Motla na
Motla
wati.
na Wati. Neli. Nel Chiwas.
Needs to Gameathlon Kuateki.
Shika manalti.
Eatstock.
Motla na watin. Ni kuali chiwas.
Chiwas. Chinelia. Chiwas.
Ni kuali nalia. Kuali chiwas. Ni kuali chiwas. Nal kuali chiwas. Nalia. Kuali ni chiwas. Nal ni kuali chiwas.
Mamochiwa.
Motlan Kuateki.
Motla na wati. Nal kuali chiwas. Nal kuali ni chiwas. Nal shika kuali nalia. Kuali nalia.
Needs to
Mot
Niruali.
ni chiwas. Ni kuali nalia. Shika nalia. Ni kuali. Motla na wati. Shika manalti. Nalia. Ni chiwas. Nalia. Kuali.
Chikamgena. Nineki.
Shika na wati. Nalia. Shika na kuali.
This might be a little on the greedy side, but let's just do that.
Ni kuali. Nalia. Kuali. Ni chiwas. Motla na wati. Shika manalti. Kuali.
Ni
Gena.
Eatstock.
Tlamik.
Motla na wati. Shika manalti. Nalia. Kuali nalia. Kuali nalia. Kuali chiwas. Nalia. Ni motla na wati. Techin miktian.
Nichiru. Nalia. Ruali.
Shikuali. Ni chiwas. Nal ni chiwas. Nal ni chiwas. Nalia.
Kuali. Chiwas.
Nalia. Tetiawi.
Ni
Kamanalti.
motla kuali.
Needs to Chikamanalti. Nichiwas.
Ni nalia. Ni chiwas.
Manalti.
Mot kuali.
Needs Ruali. Niruali. Mot Nali. Nichiwas.
Ni Eatstock.
Niruali.
Shkena. Kalchiket.
Nal ni chiwas. Mot kualia.
Nalia. Titlata Witing.
Shimomokwitla.
Shimomokwitlawi. Elis. Chiket.
Niruali. Nalia.
Chikamanan. Motla Gameathlon Chiket.
Motlamik ticket.
Needs to Nichiwas. Nalia.
Needs the post. Motquat. Gameathlon the post.
Ni kualia. Shik ni kuali. Ni nal ni chiwas. Ni chiwas. Nal ni chiwas. Kuashika manalti. Mot nal kuali. Shika ni kuali. Nal ni kuali.
Motguatia.
Shimo mo kalchiket.
Motla na Wheatstock.
Shikaman Nali Titlata Wheating.
Mot Nalia, Nichiwas.
Nichiwas. Mot Nihuali.
Ni
Nichiwali.
itsto. Kalchiket. Shimo
Kalchiket.
kalchiket.
Nichiwas.
Shikniku Nalia.
Oh, I forgot I should probably do
Kinetlakat pastolti.
this.
Shikamani It's Nikuali.
Nichiwas.
Shinit Nali Kuali. Nit Nalia.
Shikam Nihuali Nalia.
Shimo kalchiket.
Needs to come Nihuali Nalia. Nichiwas. Huali. Nihuali. Tiawi. Motlana Watil. Nalia. Titlata Wheating. Tetit Nihu Nalia. Titlata Wheating. Nichiwas. Kamanalti. Needs to. Tetrin Matian. Nihuali. Titlata Tetrin Matian.
I suck.
Nalia.
Motla na Ni Shikuali.
I guess this one.
Nihuali. Nalia.
Ni Nalia.
Motlana wa elineki. Kalchiket.
Shikam kalchikwateki.
Needs
Ni
kalchiket.
itsto. Kalchiket.
Shimo mo
Ni
kwitlawi.
lekena. Kalchi pastolti.
Mot Nichiwas. Shiku Nit Nal Nichiwas. Kuali.
Shikaman genatlaken. Elin genatlate postli.
Ni Nalia Nichiwas.
Motlana watil. Kalche postli.
Motla na Wati Nali Kuali Nalia. Shikamana. Ni It's Shiku Nichiwas. Motla na
Okay.
Wati. Ni Shikamani Nalia.
Needs gena.
I wonder.
Kalchik pastol mo kalchiket. Pastol
what
kaman kalchiket. Pastol.
Shimo mo kwitla. Kalchi
I
pastolti.
should be
Len
building
kalchiket. Kuatek.
Ni Itstock. Nichiwas.
versus
Needs
all
to.
of
Lami-
what is
Shimo
about to
genatlakat
happen
postli.
here.
Shikamanalti. Elis.
You guys can stay there.
Ni Motla na Shikuali. Ni Shikaman Motla na Watil.
I don't want to go
Shiginalia.
into a whole bunch of these Shinique.
Ni Nikuali. Shiknichiwas.
Maybe as an answer for all the dryads.
Motla na watil.
Motlana watil.
Maybe.
Shikra kalchi.
Needs gena.
It
Kalchiket.
might be terrible,
Motla na
but
Kuali.
I definitely don't think that
Shinalia Kuali. Nalia. Motla na Wat Kuali Nichiwas.
the idea of doing
Motlana
something else makes
kalchikuateki.
sense.
Motlana Watu Nalia.
What is that?
Shinalia. Techin Niktian. Ni Itstock. Titla de
Shimo mo
Witin.
kwitlawi. Mamochiwa. Ni kinetlakat.
Motla na Watil.
Motla na Watil.
Shikamanalti.
Shikaman Yawin. Tita de Wheating.
Motla watil.
Nitsto.
Nichiwas.
Shikamanal Nichiwas.
Kuali.
Eli. Te postli. Kalte postli.
Nal Nichiwas. Nalia.
Well, that's gonna die.
Motlana
Watil. Motla na Shikamanal. Motla na Ni Nalia.
It's not the end of the world to lose that,
Ni
though, right?
kalte post.
Shimo kalte postli. Kalchite postli.
Motlana.
Shikaman Motla ku Nichiwas.
Niku Nalia.
Ni Kuali. Nal Nichiwas. Nal Nichiwas.
Motlana watil. Gena tlakatl. Shimo mo gena. Masewaltsi. Needs to.
Shkunalia.
Shikamanalti. Shimo ineki. Elis. Gena tlen ineki. Motlan gen Elis. Gena tlakatl. Shikamanal Elis. Shimo mo gena
Motla
tlakatl.
Nichiwas.
Motla na watil. Kalchike.
Nalia.
Shimo mo kwitlawi. Kina.
Motlan Eli.
Shikamanati. Chiwas.
Kuanel Chiwas. Kuaneli. Kuali. Needs to. Motgena. Ineki.
No
Kuaneli.
good.
Shikamanalti.
Shikamanalti.
Kinetlakat. Shimo mamochiwa. Calte postli.
Isto, Chikamanal, Nichiwas. Nichiwas. Nalia.
Motgru nich nalia.
Shimomokuitlawi.
Ninete postli.
Chika nichiwa. Wali.
Wali.
Nisto. Wali.
Motla na watil.
Motlana. Yawi. Yawi.
Chiwas.
The chin miktiklate witi.
Motlana Watil, Elis, Kena, te postli. Motla Waleani Kuali.
Where's all of my
Shikuali. Nanichiwas. Nalia kuali.
Shilnichiwas.
all my gold?
Kena Kalchiko Ateki. Motlea Nichiwas. Elia.
Motlana watil kuali.
Motlana Walea. Nichiwas. Motniqual, Nichiwa, Nalia.
Motla na wa. Kinetla calte postli.
Shikamanalti Wali.
Linichiwas.
Oh, that's why I have so much favor. I was sending all my villagers to their death.
Shikamanalti.
That's no good.
Motlana Niitsto. Kalchiket. Mokwal Nichiwa, Wali. Nilia. Nilia. Shikamanalti Iitstok.
Nichiwa. Nalia.
Kuali. Nichiwas.
Shimal Quateki.
Chika manalti.
Shimomokuitlawi.
Mamochi calte postli.
Shikamanalti.
Needs talk. Tetchin Matian.
Oh, we didn't get there.
Tetchin Matian. Nichiwas. Motlana wati. Yawi.
Okay.
Mokwashinich Shikamanalti. Nilia. Motlana Shikamanalti. Nichiwas. Nichiwas. Motlana Shikamanalti.
Nichiwas.
Nilquali. Motlana Watil. Shikamanalti. Nilia.
I need
Motniits Shikamanalti. Motlana Watil.
a lot more of these guys, I think.
Motniits Shikaliquali. Niniquali. Motlawanichiwa. Nilia. Shiwanichiwas. Niliquali. Niquali. Nilinichiwas. Motlana Watil.
I think I need another temple.
Ni Kalchite Postli. Shimomokni Elis. Kalchiket. Kalchiket. Motla Shikwali. Motlan Tlapiket. Ni Nichiwas. Niliquali. Nilia. Nichiwas. Shikamanal Kena. Kalchiket. Ni Shikamanal. Motlana Watil. Kalchkoateki. Motniitstok. Shikamanalti. Mokwali. Shimomokwi Kena Tlakate. Kalchite Postli. Motlana Watil. Nichiwa, Wali, Niquali, Nichiwas, Nichiwas. Motlana Watil, Shikamanalti, Nineki. Motniitsto Wali, Shikamanwali, Elia. Nichiwas. Eligena.
Yawi.
That's unfortunate.
Motlana Watil,
Titlate witi. Tetchin miktia.
Elia, Wali. Nichiwas. Elia. Niquali. Elia.
Wali.
Niqualia. Elia. Wali. Niqualia. Wali. Niquali Chiwas. Niquali Chiwas. Niquali Chiwali. Niquali Chiwali. Niquali Chiwali. Niquali Chiwas.
The issue is I think these guys are doing crush, right? So even though they're doing some good damage, I think the Sylvan Hammer Dryads kill them.
Niquali Chiwas. Niitsto.
I almost need him to not target my...
Nalia.
Is that Hera? Oh, fuck.
Motla Ellis.
Nichiwas. Nalkuali.
Motwalia.
Motla Nawati. Nalia Nichiwas. Liitsto.
Shikama Kwalia. Kwanichua. Lia. Kwali. Nichuas.
Nalia. Kuali. Nalia. Kuali. Kuali.
Am I not getting a castle down?
Shikaman Kalche Postli. Motla Nawati.
Nalnichiwas. Nichiwas. Nalnichiwas. Kuali. Nalia.
Niitkena. Kalchika.
Shikam. Nalkuali.
Motla Nawati.
Ikena. Kaltineki.
Motla Nawati. Nalia. Nichiwas. Kuali.
I don't think I can win this one, guys. This Demeter god is too strong.
Nichiwas.
Shikena Tlak Motla Ellis.
Nalia. Nichiwas. Kuali. Nalia.
Kena. Kena Tlakat. Shikam.
Motla Nawati.
Shikamanati.
Ikena. Te postri.
Kuali.
Shikamanati. Elineki. Kalchika. Motla Nawatil. Kalchika. Shimomokwitlawi.
Lanawati Masewalsi.
Nalnichiwas.
Alright,
Nalia.
alright.
Ni itsto kalchi.
Shikamanalti. Kalchikat. Kalchikat. Tlapikat. Niitstok.
Titla de Witin.
Motla Kena Tlakatl. Shikamanal. Kalchikat.
Shikam. Titla de Witin.
Wali. Nichua.
Motla Nalnichiwas. Techin Miktian.
Nichua. Niitstok.
Shikamanalti.
Shimomokwitlawi.
Mamo. Kena tlakatl.
Liitstok. Kuali.
Motlalia.
Nalkuali. Nalnichiwa. Nalia. Shikamanalti. Nikuali. Nalia. Motla Nawati. Kuali.
Niitstok. Shikakwakena.
Nalnichiwa. Nikuali.
Motla Nawati.
Kwateki.
Niitstok. Shikamanal. Kena Tlakatl. Kena. Kalchika.
Shikamanalti.
Ni itsto.
Kalchika. Kwateki.
Nalkuali. Nichiwa. Nalia. Nikuali. Nalnichiwas. Kuali. Liitstok.
Shikamanalti.
Motlana. Kena. Kalchi. Kalchika. Ni kalchi.
Titla de Witi.
Titla de Chimdiavin.
Niitstok. Wali. Talia.
We should probably have more military buildings down.
Shikamanalti.
Does that do anything there?
Shikamanalti.
Kena kalchi. Kalchiket.
Show my anacondas.
Kalchikat.
I guess I need these guys. Right?
Niitstok.
Shikamanalti.
Lechuas.
Well,
Shikamatlanavati.
this didn't work. GG. Demeter OP, man. What can you do? Oh. I sort of forgot this guy was doing crush damage. And that the towers are weak to crush damage. Ah, that was stupid. Can't build turrets versus dryads because the dryads do crush damage. Well, they do a lot of crush damage as well. Ugh. Oh well. No shame losing to S tier Demeter. I know, right? Don't they throw splinters of wood? Why do they do crush damage? Yeah, they just do crush damage. It's just what's happening with them. What can you do? They do crush damage, they do crush damage. Just don't build a unit that dies to it. GDPGRA! What's going on, man? Oh, we have an Odin mirror. Sorry about however difficult it is to get from the shorts to thingy. I have no idea about that. That's YouTube. Complain to them. I swear I told more than one village. I only told one villager to build that ox cart. Oh, well. Jade Hair. Is this a Heimdall one? And we just play hyper defense? Or do we play Valkyrie and just try and raid into the ground? Because Heimdall, oh god, that's a nice relic. Heimdall plus Berserks in this matchup seems probably correct. But on this map, with those relics, I definitely need to get my temple in quickly here. A later advance doesn't matter all too much. You have to do raids in Freya? Alright. Sure. I will play that. I'm gonna put some extra villagers onto golds here and try and get the Hersos out because those relics are well worth it. We'll get the house after temple. Should be fine. Should work out. Just gonna put the rest of these villagers over onto this. Super look at this build order and go, why didn't you just do my build order? And I say, well, I didn't know what the relics were, did I? And I don't like your build order. It's too hard. I'm not good enough. I caught you doing something very silly. Yes.
Hver þar? Ég veit satt, veiðimaður.
Samþykkt, já.
Tilbúin, veiðimaður, skip veiðimaður.
Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt.
Já, ég samþykkt. Já.
Come on, one more dwarf and then advance, please.
Já. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip samþykkt.
Hopefully I don't die to like an early rush or something. That would suck. He's going for somewhat early Herser as well, it looks like.
Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt.
Til skipan.
Tilbúin. Ég satt. Já, samþykkt.
Já.
Já, já, til ég satt.
Yeah, I won out a little bit on the old Relic War, I
Já,
think.
samþykkt. Ég satt. Já, satt.
Tilbúin.
I need to take some wood just off of this actually.
Ég vil. Timbursveit.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Timbursveit.
Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Satt. Já, samþykkt. Já.
Hver er þar? Skipan. Timbursveit.
Spam those out.
Já, ég vil. Satt.
Search down here.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Hver er það? Timbursveit.
Ég samþykkt. Já. Satt.
Samþykkt.
Hver er ég samþykkt? Til ég, já, satt.
Ég vil. Ég vil.
Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já. Til satt.
Samþykkt.
Samþykkt.
Já, til skipan.
Hver er þar? Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Til samt. Já. Ég vil. Satt.
Já, satt.
Já, samt satt.
Tilbúin.
Skip. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
I know you want to attack me, Hells.
Tilbúin. Já, já, ég samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt. Satt. Veiðimaður.
Já, ég vil.
Já, ég, já. Ég vil. Skip satt. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Já, já, ég vil.
Hver er tilbúin? Hver er satt? Já.
Já, samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Til ég, já, til orðsturslag. Já, skipan. Já, samþykkt. Til, já, skip, ég vil. Til, já, samþykkt, já. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipan. Já, ég vil. Já, tilbúin. Samt, já.
Já, skipan. Já, já, samþykkt.
Hver samþykkt?
Til, já, já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Já, tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég vil. Skipan. Já, ég, já, 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 tilbúin. Ég, já. Ég samþykkt. Já, já, skipan. Já, tilbúin.
Skipan.
Já, skipan. Já, ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Ég til orðsturslag. Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Já.
Ég samþykkt. Já.
Skipan. Já, samþykkt. Já, já,
Okay,
satt.
that was a
Já.
nice fight to win.
Hver er þar?
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
I think we both have to move forward onto this hunt or this hunt next.
Til ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skipan tilbúin. Skipan. Já, tilbúin. Skipan.
Skip satt. Já. Hver ég samþykkt. Já, satt. Já, ég vil.
Já, já, tilbúin.
Samþykkt.
Skipan. Já, já, já.
Hver satt ég?
Skipan.
Já. Til samþykkt. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt.
My base is open down the bottom here, right?
Já. Ég vil.
Já,
Samþykkt.
Let's close
já.
that.
Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
He sees me
Samþykkt.
coming.
Já. Samþykkt.
It's okay. I'll go out this way.
Samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já, já, samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Hver samþykkt? Veiðimaður.
Já.
Satt. Já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já, já.
Spotted me
Ég
again.
vil. Samþykkt.
I do have forest file.
Ég vil.
Let's just check this out.
Skipan? Já, ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Já, tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil.
Let's check
Já.
this.
Já, tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég
Tilbúin.
vil.
Til timbursveit.
Já, ég er satt. Veiðimaður.
Já,
Ég satt. Ég vil.
tilbúin. Já, tilbúin. Já, já. Já, ég samþykkt. Atrás. Já, ég vil. Til orðstyrslag. Samþykkt. Sækið fram. Já, ég samskip. Já,
Já. Já.
já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Hver er það?
Skip. Já, samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já, já, samþykkt. Já,
Já. Ég vil.
Skipan. Hver samþykkt. Ég vil. Veiðimaður. Já, timbursveit.
tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já,
Já. Samþykkt.
samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Skipan. Ég vil.
Til, já, ég sækið atrás. Já, ég vil. Til orðskip. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, samþykkt.
Já.
Sækið atrás. Já,
Til orðstyrslag.
já, til orðskip. Já, já, tilbúin. Ég vil. Sækið atrás. Já,
Til atrás.
hver er þar? Já, já, tilbúin.
That was a pretty big win on that fight. GG. Let the better raiding cavalry win. Did he have... He had his upgrades. I had thundering hooves and more cav, I think. Medium is better, but it's not an extra cav. It's not an extra cav better. Yeah, those early fights, to take them in a long form. If you have 10 cav and you have medium cav, it's like you have 11. And then you have the Lanchester's Law or whatever it is, and I think it favors having, if I have a little bit more stuff. I have to be the tournament host. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, don't forget it. You know, if I participated, you'd all be doomed. The only way to beat me in tournament is to change the patch drastically midway through. That's the only way. Leaker Flurry, you got to be careful saying those types of things to Magic. His ego is already big enough now that he's qualified. Hells as late as possible on Sunday would have to be pushing Grass versus Eric Minietti earlier, I think. I don't think that Avely or B, if Matrius wins and B wins, they can go first, but I won't know until ages away. If I trade AoE 3, little known factoid, AoE 3 was my first try at seriously playing a competitive RTS. I was very bad, but that was my first try. Who do I want to win this week?
Tilbúin.
I don't think I really mind.
Veiðimaður.
Yow. Something?
I think if there's anyone who deserves to win this week, it's probably Soup, because he's got to the finals the most. But then again, that doesn't really matter, does it? Getting to the finals means nothing. It just means that your road to the finals is a little bit easier next week. You kind of want Eric to be there. Ah. I mean, hopefully, if he does end up coming in, hopefully in real life, he'll be able to shut up for 2 seconds. The guy can write. He can spam. I think Eric is... If you were to go through and you were to count the person who has the most... The most words, probably not the most words, but the most times writing something and hitting enter, right? Very specific. Most times he's writing something and hitting enter afterwards. Whoever's hit enter with the most times, I think Eric would be #1 in Age of Mythology. He's in Athens. How can he spam in Twitch chat? I don't know. I was meant to get a dwarf then. Did I see John got 1800 yesterday? No, congratulations to John. Is he starting to build? Is he starting to build myth units yet? Basically, when people understand how important myth units are, that's when their rating increases.
Já, something. Veiðimaður. Skipan.
Like nothing, like you don't like necessarily just get better at the game. Like fundamentally speaking, you just get more rating points when you realize you have to build myth units. This boy puts Amaterasu in C tier. Yeah, Amaterasu is pretty strong. Who put it? Why would you put it in C tier? This is terrible idea. I'm not supposed to be running off. I'm supposed to be putting it in. Quite clearly, he was smoking something with that one.
Hver þar?
But good thing that tier list isn't my official tier list. The one that I really thought about. That was just my guesstimation tier list. See?
Tilbúin.
Big difference.
Veiðimaður.
Hunter is strong if the player playing it is good. There's a couple of like really difficult matchups for Amaterasu. At least that's what I reckon.
Something.
Skipan.
We're going Freya in this one. I want to go Bragi if I can, and I want to get super speedy Valkyrie for the first time in my life. I've been wanting to get those forever. Oh crap. I scouted that. Oh no. Ah crap. I don't think I can go out to my second hunt here.
Hver ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Já, já, samþykkt. Ég vil skipan.
Hver satt? Já, ég satt grjótsveit.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt.
Já, grjótsveit. Tilbúið hans grjótsveit.
Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Satt.
Hver satt?
Skipa. Ég samþykkt. Til satt.
Skipan. Ég, já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, ég vil.
Já, ég vil.
Skipan.
All right.
Já, skip samþykkt. Hver
Já,
þar?
samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já.
Til satt.
Skipan.
Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skip samþykkt. Satt.
Já, ég vil. Satt.
Tilbúin. Timbursveit.
Ég vil. Já,
Hver þar?
Hver er það? Samþykkt.
Actually, no, what you
Já,
said.
ég er satt.
satt.
Já, ég samþykkt.
Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil.
Já,
Já, samþykkt.
Já, já. Skip. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Satt.
Já, samþykkt. Já.
Hver ég vil. Já, satt. Ég vil. Til já.
Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt.
Ég satt.
Tilsatt. Fjósamaður.
I don't
Yeah.
believe I can move out of my base
Yeah.
for hunt, but I think
Skip.
he
Yeah.
will be.
Skipan.
Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Timbursveit.
Skipa samþykkt. Já, satt. Hver er þar?
Já, já. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já. Til orðs. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já. Tilbúin. Skipan. Já.
Was good
Já,
by him to
tilbúin.
see
Já.
that,
Ég samþykkt. Já.
which means he's not in his main base.
Já.
Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, satt. Hver er ég?
Já, ég vil. Já, ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Skip. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Jeg vil. Samþykkt. Ja, jeg vil. Samþykkt. Ja, jeg vil. Samþykkt. Skipan. Tilbúin. Skipan. Jeg samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já.
Skipan samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt. Satt. Til orustu slag. Ég samþykkt. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Til skipan. Já, tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Samþykkt. Já, til skipan. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Til skipan. Já, skipan. Já, tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já.
Tilbúin. Ja, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Skip. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Ja, ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, 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 ég vil. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ja, Já, skipan. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin.
Time to
Ég
heal up.
samþykkt.
Hver ég vil.
Skipan.
Satt.
Já.
Já. Ég, já.
Já. Já. Ég vil.
Já.
Actually, you know what?
Hver er það? Samþykkt. Já. Timbur. Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Satt.
Ég samþykkt.
Skipan.
Já, samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Já.
We're gonna do some
Yeah.
superges here.
Skipan. Já, samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt.
Actually, stop building these guys.
Tilbúin. Skipan. Já. Ég vil.
Satt.
Já.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já.
That's a lot of throwing axe from there. I think I just hard win if I can get the units out.
Já. Já, ég vil.
Já.
Skipar, já. Ég er grjótsveit.
Ég, já.
Já, satt. Já, samþykkt. Ég satt.
I think I just wait for those
Ég vil.
upgrades.
Samþykkt.
Já.
Já,
Satt.
já.
Sense in being super aggressive.
Samþykkt. Skipan.
He is on the rhino on the side there, but I don't think I can.
Samþykkt. Já.
Okay.
Ég vil.
Satt. Ég vil.
Já.
Já. Skipan.
Já, ég vil.
There's no running from that.
Satt. Samþykkt.
Rá. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég satt. Samþykkt. Já.
Já. Sækið.
Hver er já? Tilbúin.
Skipan.
Ég vil.
Já.
Já, satt.
Tilbúin.
Ég vil.
Ég vil. Já. Ég, já. Rá. Skipan. Tilbúin. Orðsslag. Já. Samþykkt. Já.
Hver er já? Ég samþykkt. Já, afráð.
Skipan. Já. Tilbúin.
Til orðuslag.
Já. Ég, já. Sækið. Fram. Skipan. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Til satt.
Já.
Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já. Til sækið. Fram. Já.
Tilbúin, já. Satt.
Tilbúin. Satt. Satt.
Já. Tilbúin. Já. 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 Rás. Skipan. Sækið. Fram.
Okay.
Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég til. Já.
He almost ruined me there, I'm not gonna lie.
Já. Tilbúin. Rás. Já. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Sækið. Fram.
I need to get rid of this,
Hver er
Ég
það?
vil. Samþykkt.
gotta get rid of this
Já,
favor.
ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Skip. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég. Já. Rás. Skip. Sækið. Tilbúin. Já. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Til orðsturslag.
Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipan. Já. Já. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Til orðsturslag. Rás.
Tilbúin.
Skip. Sækið. Fram. Orðsturslag. Já. Skipan. Ég. Já. Já. Til samþykkt. Ég. Já. Rás.
Já. Samþykkt. Til satt.
Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég. Já. Til
I imagine he's actually over here. Why?
No.
Oh, he's not on that. Oh, he was on that.
Skip samt. Ég vil.
skip.
Good to
Til
know.
orðsturslag.
Já. Til satt. Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Ég vil. Skip. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Til. Já. Skip. Yes. Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Já. Skip. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Hver ég vil.
Já.
Veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt.
Sjá,
Samþykkt. Ég vil.
já.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Sækið. Fram.
Hver er það sem ég vil?
Samþykkt.
Til sjá, ég vil.
Ég. Já.
Skip. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt.
Já.
Já. Já. Samþykkt.
Já.
Já.
Veiðimaður.
Veiðimaður.
Sjá, já. Hver er svo ég samþykkt? Grjótsveit.
Skip. Samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Til. Ég vil. Já.
Tilbúin? Já.
Já. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Skip. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Ég
Já,
vil.
ég vil. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Til orðstöðslag.
Til
Samþykkt.
ég
Já. Já, ég satt ráð. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já. Já. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Til orðstöðslag.
He pulled the old
Tilbúin. Já, já, ég. Já.
debate on
Til
me.
Samþykkt. Já.
I think he was there the whole time.
Skip. Tilbúin. Já.
Did I not win this fight?
Ég. Já.
I needed this tech.
Já. Já, samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skipan. Já, já, ég vil.
Já, skipa. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Ég vil. Já.
Timbur grjótsveið.
Já, samþykkt. Já. Að Bækið fram. Til og bækið fram. Já.
That's it.
Já.
Samþykkt.
You guys go back over to this hunt again, please.
Skipan. Samþykkt. Já.
I really wanted to get to the next age for the 7 point whatever speed Valkyrie. Couldn't get there. GG. I think the main thing here was in order for him to hit any significant raid on me over here, he has to pull his villagers back when he goes for that. If he didn't go for this hunt and he just brought his units back when he saw that he could go for this raid, I would have been in a lot of trouble. But he did not do that. GG. Generally, going for crazy raids is bad against good players. You have to be very, very, very careful with your raids. Because if you move, especially in a mirror, if you move in with like 8 units somewhere to kill off villages, then they're not elsewhere to defend, and then you have to be super careful not to take that fight because you don't have all your dudes there. Oh well. Let's go again. Does box formation with Cav make a big diff? Yes, I think so. I think you have to use box formation with Cav. Helps you get through a lot of the tight gaps and things, and allows your Cav to be a little bit more easily, they move into the actual fight a little better. I think it's slightly better to do it. It's actually dinner time for me. Might play one more game. Someone wants to play. All right. I think what we'll do is I'll go eat now then. And then we might play some ranked or something. Let me find a game to watch. You got Mechanics, Lizard, Fisherman, Zapper playing. Ironhide versus Vindicare. Here you go. Vindicare has been very vocal in the Balance Discord. Let's watch some games. I'm going to be right back while this is all going on. I need to get some food in me. I'll see you guys shortly. I'll be right back. Alrighty. It's time for sandwich. It's an egg sandwich. Rumor has it that John Arbiter is still talking about that Uranus game versus Disease. What happened? Can you guys fill in for the people who couldn't see it? You got to share the story. The biggest throw in AOM history. There you go. Should we watch that game instead of this one? Seems like a better option, right? On Yellow River. All right. You guys can relive the action. Anyone here beating the campaigns on Ludicrous? Me! I did it. Well, I've still got one mission left to go with the Aztec campaign. Alright. Chef Joe. Been watching you for years, and I actually learned you have Greek heritage. Yeah, I'm half Greek. My dad is Greek. My mum is Australian. Well, let's just pause this right now and just go. One player has played this incredibly badly. And it's not John. John has played this early game very, very well. Alright. Onwards and upwards. This is going to show how little Greek upbringing I've had. But what does Kalispera mean? I should have just looked it up. Hey. Good evening. Really? Yeah, banana time.
Burek.
He just doesn't know how to push. You guys like this map? I think this map would be fantastic if this town center didn't exist. I think Cloud Forest is way better than this map. Because it's less important. The middle is less important, but still kind of important because there's 6,000 gold. But this map here is, what is it? 6,000, 12,000, 18, 20, 24? 24,000 gold if you secure the middle. So yeah, if they just got rid of the town center here or got rid of the gold mines, it would be fine. Well, is this just Disev has got double the military population angle and it just doesn't matter? What's the armory diff? Yeah, there's iron versus bronze. What would I do differently? I wouldn't have pushed into all the palaces. I would have just sat back and let my castle siege it down with siege, and basically literally no need to have pushed and thrown an army away. I probably also wouldn't have gone for Divine Slash. Let's go Takamikazuchi. Go the other way against Theranos, especially when you have that big of a lead. You don't need the Super Samurai, you need Super Siege. It's like I don't even think, like, you watch these games and you look at the score diff and I'm like, I don't even reckon that he's like that far in front. He's just in front on eco, on income. But he's not in front on military. Look at the difference in military. It's 10k to 4k. That's insane. Could you imagine if Dizeev had like 4 Hirokara of Alistair in this army as well? Probably doesn't need 50 villagers on wood. Just get rid of like half of those. He's not spending anything on wood anyways. You kind of need the trade because he doesn't have the best trade route. What is it? 74 gold is pretty good actually. He's nearly double the score. That's wild. built a dock, you could have gone and attacked this. Of course, there's sky passages and stuff, but holy Nura Tower. Would cavalry be bad for him here? Yeah, he just doesn't have pop. Like, what you can't expect to push when you've got half the military pop that your opponent has. It's just never going to happen. You're never going to be able to do anything. Look at these arch, look at the damage on the archers. Holy. Archers are bad. Where's magic? There you go. Look at the wood! He has 23,000 wood! He's now cut down to 61 villages, okay. Pure Shinobi. He's got the Naginata Riders coming in. Imagine if you just ran the Shinobi past and just started raiding stuff. How much damage in the towers now? Not that much. I mean, a lot of them died, I guess. Do not miss second Divine Slash, okay? He's got Vortex, though. I mean, if John kills the army one time, he's won. The game's over, right? Like, he needs an army wipe. But there's no way that Zeeb can get himself back to full pop. Or maybe he can, actually. He's got all the Q.
Go close.
Oh, there's the Divine Slash dodge. Easy. How much rage would you have? How much rage did he have when he vortexed the Divine Slash? What a so funny. These things are mad value as well, right? 11.7 divine damage per second. For how much pop? For 4 pop? Ah, it's not super crazy good, but not bad. Well, close. It's basically the same as the Arcus, I guess. You kind of just double the damage output that it does. Oh, but it's bouncing, isn't it? 2. So yeah, no, it's quite a bit more than the Arcus. Yeah, these things are OP. Well, nice try, John. But not even Amaterasu in all her glory has got what it takes to take out the mighty Uranos. Unbeatable. The unbeatable Uranos is too much. That's wild. Look at the diff on rest. Oh. And then look at the diff on kill loss. Oh. And also remember that you have to times this by 2. This is 1,400 because these are all samurai and shinobi. He's killed 1,400 units to, I guess this is 1,000. So it's not actually that much difference. What does largest army 308 mean? That's not a thing. You can't have 308. Doesn't make sense. The Japanese siege crossbows feel so bad. to use though compared to other Civ Siege? Nah. They're really, really good. Wait, I don't want to play a ranked game. Come on, play me. It's getting cold in this room. I'm gonna go turn the heater on. I'll be right back. Someone join my game. I want to play. I must have the siege pot, really? Maybe. I'll be right back. Fat not level? Well, it's not really about your level. It's more about your Civ, isn't it? If you played a real Civ that wasn't terrible, I think you'd be incredibly strong. Have you watched the JA versus Divine game? They built lots of. I just watched it. We literally just watched it. It's winter. Yes, it is winter in Australia. Host a free for all. I don't want to play a free-for-all. No free-for-all for me. I'm sorry. It's not. It's just not something I want to do, you know? Not at the moment. I had fun with it before, but, you know, They just don't do it for me anymore. Daddy Nasty with the fart. There's some weird people in the YouTube chat at the moment. I don't really know what's going on there. They've got an obsession with all things butthole. You think one Yumi Archer can beat 17 Centimanus? No. Surely not. Gaia. Super Saiyajin on Gaia.
Yeah, something.
People sleeping on the Bushido tiers? What do you mean?
Tilbúin, ég vil.
Skipan.
Já.
Guys, at least if you're gonna do that in the YouTube chat, at least become a member first. You know what I mean? The least you could do
Skipan.
is throw me a couple dollars.
Já. Skip satt. Ég vil. Já. Satt ég. Sækið frá. Ég vil satt. Til ég vil samþykkt. Já. Skip satt. Sækið frá. Ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Sækið. Samþykkt. Ja, satt. Sækið fram. Ég satt. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Tilbúin. Skipa. Sækið. Satt. Ég vil.
Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég
Alright.
satt. Ég samþykkt. Ég satt. Ég vil.
I have funds and a gold mine over there.
Skipan.
Tilbúin.
Bro is swimming in. No. That's why I asked for it, because I don't have any. There's nothing here. There's nothing there.
Já. Ég satt.
Serb leaves. Well, you're one of the good ones. I like you. You're one of my favorites.
Já. Ég vil. Satt. Samþykkt.
So you put a house here.
Jeg
Let's
vil.
lock this off. Kind of hard to lock off that back gold mine, but it should be fine. Do I have good general build orders for each god somewhere? I don't, but Husk Soup with double PE, SUPPE. He's got some great ones on his YouTube channel. I recommend giving them a watch. At some point, I was gonna do it, but I thought, nah. It's already out there. I had the early ones in before all the things changed.
Skipan. Ég vil.
You offered to pay. Well, no, you're just supposed to give me stuff and watch Age of Mythology. You know, that's what you're paying for. Nothing more than that.
Tilbúin. Satt timbursveit. Hver ég vil.
Thor still considered the strongest Norse god? I don't think so. I think people are enjoying the people are enjoying the Loki a lot more now. Ogre Bitten Helm. I think that relic is way too strong.
Tilbúin, já. Satt. Já, ég vil, já.
Tilbúin, samþykkt, ég vil.
Tilbúin, samþykkt,
Já, tilbúin, já, timbursveit.
Hver þar? Já. Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Samþykkt.
Já. Já, satt. Hver þar? Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já.
Já, ég satt.
Tilbúin, ég satt. Hver satt? Já, ég vil. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, satt. Samþykkt. Hver ég samþykkt? Satt. Já. Ég vil.
Skipan. Samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Skipan. Hver þar? Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Satt. Ég vil.
Hver þar? Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Skip. Já, samþykkt. Já, skip. Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Skip samþykkt, ég vil.
Hver ég tilbúin. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég, já. Satt.
Já, ég, já.
Tilbúin, satt.
Já.
Skipan, já, ég satt. Samþykkt.
Am I up against 2 TC play?
Til skipan.
I feel like I am.
Skip. Satt.
Til, já, tilbúin, ég vil. Samþykkt.
Hver, já, ég samþykkt. Satt. Já.
Skip, til, já.
Tilbúin, ég vil. Já.
Skipan, tilbúin, ég vil. Já, samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt.
Satt. Skip, satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já,
Tilbúin. Ég, já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip. Atrás.
tilbúin.
Hver, já.
Skip samþykkt. Ég vil.
Til satt. Ég já. Ég satt. Atrás.
Já, satt. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Atrás. Tilbúin. Já.
Já.
Já. Skipan. Satt. Hver er það samt? Já. Já. Tilbúin.
Sækist.
Já. Ég satt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Til orðið já. Til ég satt. Skip já. Ég samþykkt. Satt. Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
Ég vil samþykkt.
Samþykkt.
Já. Ég vil.
Hver er þar?
Sakkurjótsveit.
Já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Ég vil.
Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil samþykkt.
Okay.
Skip. Ég vil.
Skipan samþykkt. Ég
Já.
vil.
Satt.
Tilbúin.
Skip. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Skipan. Tilbúin. Já. Veiðimaður.
Satt. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Hver er þar? Tilbúin. Rótsveit.
Samþykkt. Satt.
Já. Skip. Já.
Skipan.
Skipan. Hver samt ég vil.
Já.
Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skip. Ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Hver er það?
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Skipan. Já. Tilbúin. Já.
Satt.
Skipan. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Já. Já. Hver ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Skip. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Já. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Já. Skipan. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Skipan.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Ég samþykkt.
Já. Ég. Já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Já.
Já. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Ég vil.
Skipan. Samþykkt. Satt. Veiðimaður.
Veiðimaður.
Já.
Samþykkt. Já.
Skip til. Ég vil. Satt.
Hver er það samt? Já. Ég vil.
Satt. Ég vil.
Satt. Já. Samþykkt.
Já. Veiðimaður.
Já. Ég vil.
Já. Samþykkt.
Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipan samþykkt.
Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Hver satt?
Já. Ég vil. Orusturslag. Samþykkt. Hver er þar? Samþykkt. Grjótsveit.
Ég satt.
Tilbúin. Ég
Já.
vil.
Samþykkt.
Skip. Já. Ég vil.
Já. Ég vil. Já. Satt.
All right. I think I would
Já.
like
Skip.
to
Samþykkt.
still
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Skip. Já.
continue my
Ég
plan
vil.
to some
Ég-
degree
Já.
here.
Ég samþykkt.
I can get to the next age.
yeah.
It would be really nice.
Something.
Veiðimaður.
I feel like
Já. Tilbúin. Já.
we rebuild these
Skip.
walls.
Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Hver ég satt?
Who's
Já.
back?
Já. Ég vil. Já. Tilbúin.
Já. Samþykkt.
Já. Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Ég sæt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Sætið fram.
Skipan.
Já. Ég til orusturslag.
Já.
Skip. Ég vil.
Ég vil.
Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt.
Já. Samþykkt.
Já.
Ég satt.
Ég vil.
Samþykkt.
Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Skipan.
Tilbúin. Yow. Ég afrá.
Something. 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 Vikið. Something. Já.
Skipan.
Já. Something. Já. Til orusturslag. Vikið. Já. Something.
Sam.
Something. Já. Til orusturslag. Já. Já.
Tilbúinn?
Skipan.
Já, tilbúin, skipa. Ég er samþykkt. Veiðimaður.
Skipan.
Já. Something. Satt.
What am I gonna do with all of this?
Já. Something. Já.
Já. Something. Ég vil. Something. Já.
All this favor. I want to be in the next age and just spam out battle ball, but
Satt. Fyrir something.
Skipan. Til. Já. Já.
Já. Ég til orusturslag.
Já.
Hver er það? Veiðimaður.
Já.
Já.
Já. Afrá. Tilbúinn. Fyrir. Já.
Tilbúin. Já.
Já. Ég til
Tilbúinn.
GG. It's weird. You're not supposed to, the thrown action aren't supposed to focus the Caladria like ever, unless you click on them. If there's anything close by, they're supposed to auto attack those. But for some reason, my throwing axeman hit the Caladria. I sort of got lucky that I found him coming for those elephant, but that seemed like a crazy move anyways to move over there. Why did he push for the... That's assuming the units behave the way they're supposed to. Yeah. It could be that it's like slightly out of range or whatever, and then they just go, okay, I'm going to attack the closest thing, which would be the Caladria. I don't think they were out of range. Maybe they were. My attack move either doesn't work or goes for walls. That's unlucky, Kavoth. Yeah, I think this matchup is still quite good for Thor, no? Why are people struggling in this matchup? Don't you just do the same thing like I did here, like every single time? What's the Gaia game plan? Get to Stymphalian birds, right? That would be painful to deal with. The disrespect for the troll not making any heroes. Yeah, I don't want to build trolls against this. Against Atlantean, like most of the time. I'd much rather save the favor and get heroic age and make like 50 billion battle bore. Seems way better. If I can have 50 billion battle bore, then like and he doesn't attack me. Or if I have like 10 trolls and he doesn't attack me, they can't do anything. But if I have 50 billion battle bore, and then I can just kill him. Ugh. Do you ever watch lower level games to give middle level tips and tricks? Sometimes. I did some reviews yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and we did some lower level games there. But most of the time, I'm going to be completely honest, most of the time, the difference between, like, the things that I would bring up for lower levels is just all macro. If everyone just focused on macro and getting that clean, you'd all be 1500 plus. Everyone in this chat would be 1500 plus if they just could get clean macro happening. Macro does equal spending resources, yes. Spending resources efficiently equals 1500. Roughly. Maybe 1400. Everything else after that is like not letting your macro slip when you're under pressure is probably 1500. Having clean macro is probably 1400. And then everything else after that is just getting better at more fundamental things. Yeah, you basically just want to be able to make the macro side of things as second nature as you possibly can. Why do some pros float 2k wood though? Because they're making mistakes. When you're playing at the highest level, you are bound to make mistakes because your opponent is making you do things that are making you make mistakes because they're also really good. If you watch the very, very best, it's pretty rare, I think. It's pretty rare that you have those issues. Yeah, you don't often see someone like the Mister or Recon or Kavoth or those guys don't normally float resources unless something really gets out of hand. Zeus versus this god. Okay.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός.
Some new shenanigans. Soup, he never floats. Yeah, Soup never floats resources.
Λέγε.
If I'm on my game, I don't float resources.
Φάνη. Ορθός. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον μεταλλεύς.
Macro is probably... Macro and micro are my two strengths. Late game is probably my biggest weakness.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Τεκ. Θρητόμος. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Πάνι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
I think that's right. Don't really need to bolt anything else in this matchup. Maybe a Baihu later. Let's just swing back this way. Well, yeah, it's worth it to bolt the scout because it means I get free reign of all the herdables, unless he rushes up a temple and gets another pioneer out. But even if he does that, he has to adapt. Though that being said, I'm not finding anything at the moment, which is sad. The other thing that's good is I'm going to be able to get the relics on the map. Normally I put my temples safe, but in this situation, I don't think it's that necessary. This town center is amazing. I don't want to rush it up though against Niwa. I want to put pressure on and then go for it. Zuccolo whip is nice.
Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον. Βρυτός.
Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε.
Μάλιστα, ναι. Έστω. Θρητόμος. Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής. Λέγε. Προς τα πάνη. Βούλομαι.
Okay.
Λέγε. Λέγε. Πάνη. Ορθούλομαι. Πάνη. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Ορθός. Πάνη.
We got 21 goats here, maybe more in the center here.
Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Ορφάνη. Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Προστέκτον. Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Τι βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω. Λέγε. Βουλάνι. Βούλο. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Ταπεινός.
Έστω. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Καλός. Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Θηρευτής. Ναι. Θηρευτής. Λέγε. Θηρευτής. Τέκτον.
Ισμάχιν!
Ετοίμος. Ισμάχιν. Λέγε. Όρο. Λέγε. Εισβολή.
Καλώς! Ναι, εισβολή!
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε. Βουλ. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Μαλ βουλ. Ναι. Μαλ βουλ. Έσ. Ναι. Βουλ. Μαλ. Έσ. Ναι. Βουλ. Έσ. Μαλ. Ναι. Βουλ. Μαλ. Έσ. Βουλ. Ναι. Μαλ. Έσ. Βουλ. Ναι. Έσ. Βουλ. Μαλ. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Προσφάνη. Λέγε. Ορθός. Ισμάχιν. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Ισμάχιν. Έτοιμος.
Λέγε. Βρυτόμος.
Πρόσεχε. Μα ναι. Εισβολή. Έσ. Βουλ. Μάλιστα. Έσ. Βούλομαι. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Έτοιμος. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Ναι. Ισμάχιν. Καλώς. Ετοίμος. Εισβολή. Ισμάχιν. Καλώς.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Τέκτον.
We'll play Town
Πρόσταγμα.
Center as
Ισμάχιν.
well.
Εισβολή.
He's gonna get some time here with
Λέγε.
the stuff. It's fine.
Βουφορβός.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλο. Μα έστω. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Καλώς. Ετοίμος.
Βούλουμε, μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλουμε. Ναι. Ισμάχιν!
Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Ετοίμος. Ισμάχη. Εισβολή. Λεπάνι. Όρο. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλ. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλ. Ναι. Λέγε. Έστω. Μα ναι.
Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
Ετοίμος. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλ. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Έστω.
Λέγε. Βούλουμε. Έστω.
Προσέκτον. Τέκτον.
Έτι. Πάνι. Ορθό. Βουλ. Πάνι. Βουλ. Ορφάνι. Καλώς. Λέγε. Βουλ. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Λέγε. Ισμάχιν. Ετοίμος. Βουλ. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Καλώς. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Ισμάχιν. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Λέει ετοίμος. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μα ναι. Βουλ. Έσ. Ναι. Μαλ. Βουλ. Έστω. Μαλ. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έσ. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Έσ. Βουλ. Έσ. Μαλ. Ναι. Έσ. Μαλ. Βουλ. Έσ. Ναι. Μαλ. Ναι. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Βουλ. Ορφάν. Βουλ. Ορφάν. Βουλ. Ορθάν. Βουλ. Ορθός. Βουλ. Ορθό. Βουλ. Ορθό. Καλώς. Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Προς. Έσ. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Όρο. Έσ. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Έσ. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Προβού.
Πρόσταγμα.
Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Μεταλλεύς.
Έτοιμη.
Βούλουμε.
Ναι. Βούλο. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Λέγε. Βουλ. Ορφάνι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμο. Ναι.
Λέγε.
Ταπεινός.
Έτοιμο. Βούλο. Λέγε. Εισβολή. Ισμάχιν. Πρόσταγμα. Ισμάχιν. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Καλώς. Εισβολή. Όρο. Έτοιμο. Καλώς. Εισβολή. Ισμάχιν. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Ορφάν. Βουλ. Ορφάν. Βουλ. Ορφάν. Ορφάν. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Έτοιμος. Βουλ. Ορθόρο. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Παν, βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Ναι, είσαι καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθαλός. Ισμάχη. Λέγε. Όρο.
Προς έστω. Βουφορβός. Τέκτον.
Προστέκτο. Φύρε. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Ετοίμος. Έτοιμο. Πρόσεχε. Εισβολή. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Βουνε.
Λέγε τέκτον.
Λέγε.
Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Ισμάχη. Προσές. Βουλμανέ. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Καλός. Έστω. Παν. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Εισβολή. Μάλιστα. Βουνε. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Ισμάχη. Προσταλό. Ισμάχη. Παν. Ορθός.
Λέγε. Έτσι προς βούλομαι. Βουφορβός. Βουφορβός.
Βουνές. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βουνές. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Βρυτόμος.
Α,
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Ισμάχη. Καλός. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ισμόρο. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Ετοίμος. Πρόσεχε. Εισβολή. Βούλμανε. Βούλομαι. Μανε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ετοίμος. Λέγε. Ετοίμος. Μάλε. Ναι. Λέγε. Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχη. Πρόσταγμα. Παν. Βούλομαι. Ισμάχη.
Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς. Λέγε έσταπινος.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Καλώς. Λέγε. Ορθός. Όρο. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Ισμάχη. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ετοίμος. Μάλε. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Παν. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλε. Ναι. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλο. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Έτσι τεκταπεινός.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθβούλομαι. Πάνι. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Λέγε. Ορθός. Λέγε. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Παν. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Καλός. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Προστέκτον. Βουφορβός.
Τέκτον. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Έτοιμα. Βούλο. Λέγε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Παν. Βούλο. Ορθός.
Προς μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Παν. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μα. Βούλο. Ναι. Προς. Βούλ. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλ. Ναι.
Ετέκτον. Βουφορβός.
Λέγε. Τι. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόστα. Έστω. Μα. Λέγε. Έστω. Μα. Βούλ. Ναι.
Προστέκ. Έστω. Βουφορβός.
Τι. Μα. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μα. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλω. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Καλώς. Λέγε. Βούλ. Εισβολή. Έτσι. Ορθός. Λέγε. Ναι. Ισμάχη. Λέγε. Καλώς. Καλώς. Επάνει.
Έτοιμος.
Ναι, ταπεινός.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόστα. Ορθός. Λέγε. Χώρο. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Πρόστα. Πάνη. Καλό. Εισβόλη. Σμάχη. Λέγε. Βούλο. Παραλός. Έτοιμος. Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει βρήτα ταπεινός.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Χώρο.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
Γεωργό, μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Προς ναι. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Ετοίμος. Λέει βούλομαι. Ορθό. Λέει βούλομαι. Πάνι. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Εις μάχη. Πρόσεχε. Ορθός. Εις μάχη. Καλός. Δώρο. Καλός. Ετοίμος. Ορθός. Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Μάλιστα. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Βουλάνι. Βούλον. Ορθάνι. Εισμάχη. Εισβολή. Έτοιμος. Αλόρο. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβάνι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Εισμάχη. Έτοιμος. Ορθάνι. Ορθάνι. Ορθός. Όρο. Λέγε. Ορθάνι. Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Λέγε. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Βούλον. Λέγε. Ορθάνι.
Έτοιμη.
Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Τεκ.
Okay.
Ναι. Εισβολή. Ετοίμος. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα. Εις μάχη. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχη.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Εστέκτον. Προσεκτέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Εισβολή. Εις μάχη. Ορθός. Λέγε. Καλώς. Εισβολή. Εις μάχη. Εισβολή. Προσβάνει. Έτοιμο. Καλώς. Λέγε ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Εις μάχη. Εισβολή. Βούλο.
Λέγε. Γεωργνέ. Τεκ.
Πρόσεκτον.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε. Καλώς. Εις μάχη. Έτοιμος. Εις μάχη. Χώρο.
Joy! This is so weak. Greek is so weak. You can't do anything with Greek. So bad. Greek is the worst civ in the game. You just can't beat. You can't beat China. Impossible. Oh, I missed HellsRavage as well. Would have been broken with all these Minotaur. I needed more villagers on favor so I can make more Minotaur. I got all this gold. I should have grabbed a whole bunch of these and just dropped them onto the temple. Generally, how good is Greek against China? People tell me it's impossible to play Greek at the moment. Even Kavoth told me it's impossible. How should Poseidon play against China? Ares. Cyclops. Yelling you, thanks for 100 bits. We got about 50 minutes until showtime. I would play a mostly Hoplite, Hippias, Cyclops unit composition, and I'd micro the Cyclops so that I get max value onto their Archer balls that they want to build. And the Chinese player will complain about how OP Cyclops are. That's what's going to happen. I guarantee you. And Athens, what's happening, man? Hades, Hop, and Peltas clears any China Civ. Yeah, kinda. Pre-drag, what's happening, man? Nice to see you. Unit composition is what? Hoplite or Paspist, Hippias, and Cyclops. You will destroy the Chinese. They won't know what hit them. I gotta go to the toilet. Yeah, I gotta go to the toilet. I'll be right back. 1 second. $50 magic. 50 minutes. Oh. Sorry, my I need second dinner. Do I think that it's a bit BS for I think you mean deceive For Deceived to be able to come back from a 15k deficit all because of his Civ? I think, nah, not really. If all that mattered in this game was economy, it'd be a pretty boring game. I'm glad there's a whole bunch of opportunities to come back and stuff. Let's play some team games. All right. Tomorrow will be a big day. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to watch the whole thing. I think I'll only get two or three of the games in. But that's okay. The Killuminati. How does it feel that this is the last week of qualifiers? It feels great. I think I really enjoyed having something on every weekend. It's going to feel weird to not have anything on a weekend, like next weekend. Like this has been the busiest I've ever been in terms of putting events on for Age of Mythology, and probably just putting events on in general. But if we go through the calendar, give me 1 second. If we go through the calendar of what we just did, we've had tournament games on in some capacity, I think, since, I think it was June. It might have been May 30th. May 30, 31st, and every single weekend there's basically been something on all the way up until this weekend. Next weekend is the first weekend I don't have anything scheduled in. And to be honest, I need a weekend off. Not that I'm going to be not streaming, but who is Inquisitor? Sorry, Inquisitor. But yeah, it's been a fucking insane. It's been insane. What Eisomarto puts to. Thanks, Magic. I should have some time off, but I think I have to wait until after Athens. So I think we've got till Athens. What's a weekend off? I don't understand that. Yeah, I know you don't. Eros, you know we're putting a tournament on, right? A short tournament. It's happening. Oh my god. I just wanted to play like a calm, not really try very hard team game. And look at these sweat lords joining my game. Mechanics. Look at that. Wait, where is it? Where's his team? Ranked teams. 1960. Illuminati. 1825. Grass. 1663. 1728. I am the worst team game player in this lobby by far. It's not even close. Will I figure out a different qualification format for next tournament? Tournament 20 to shorten it? Now, see, the issue with this specific tournament, this format, is that I wanted, hold on. Is this all set up right? I wanted everyone to have ample opportunity to participate, that wanted to participate. So it would have sucked to do less games for the people playing, because we could have done one qualification and just took the top 8 people in the qualification. Like, we could have done it that way, right? Or the top done one qualification and done top 4, and then done one like ladder thing and took the top player from the ladder or something, right? Could have done it that way, and that would have been really, really shitty. So I think that the tournament format was really good for this specific tournament, but if I was to host another LAN, if it was ever to happen, I'm not sure what I'd do. I'd have to think about it. If somebody's visa doesn't get granted, then it's either, I haven't fully thought it through, but it's either a mini tournament between those that made the finals and lost, or it's the player that has the most appearances in the finals of the qualifications. So at the moment, Soup would be in front with Matrius and Grass behind. If it ends up being, if it ends up being someone's visa doesn't come in, it's probably going to be some sort of a mini tournament between those 3. I got this Ketlapuka.
Motlanawati, Kenanineki. Kalchike, Shimomokena, Kalchquateki.
Kuali, Nanichiwas, Kuali.
Motlakalchi,
Motlanawati.
Shikamanat Lamiktike, Ni Itsto. Motlakalchike, Kenatlakashimo Ninequateki. Shikamamochquateki.
Chiniitsta Nelia. Motlana Wakuali, Nichiwas, Nelia. Niitstok, Kunichiwas.
Isn't this god like absolutely broken in team games or something?
Shimomoquateki.
Motlana Wati, Nichiwas. Kunichiwa, Kuali, Nichiwas, Kuali.
Pocket Odin, very Voobly nostalgia. Carry me, was first time team game.
Chikamanalti. Tlamiktiket. Motlanawati. Tlamiktiket. Shimomoquitlawi. Coateki.
Chikamanalti. Kuali, Nichiwas.
Great Hunt is better? Why? I think I get the next cast for free because the trees are cheap. I think.
Kuali. Nelia.
Niitsto. Kalchite postli.
Yeah, I'm gonna go steal the Frere GP as well. After, I guess, I mean, I could steal the Frere one and not get the Great Hunt one.
Motlanawatil. Kalchite postli. Chikamanalti.
Motlanikina. Lamik ticket.
Why is this not bought yet? I don't understand. I've got a craft workshop? What the hell?
Ni itsto. Lamik ticket. Lamik ticket.
Niitsto. Tlamik ticket. Shimomo kenatla koateki. Motlan elis koateki.
Motlanawatil. Kuateki. Shikamanalti.
Shimineki koateki.
Shimomokuitlau. Lamik ticket. Shikami itsto. Lamik ticket. Motlanawatil. Ni itsto. Shimomokuitlawi.
Kena
Shikamanalti.
tlamik ticket.
Motlanawati. Ni itskin mamochi.
Oh, this has been a disaster.
Galchiket. Shimomokuitlawi.
Chikamanate postli.
Mokuali.
Niitsto. Shimomokuitlawi. Elis. Te postli. Motlanawatil. Te postli. Chikamanalti. Motlanawatil. Ineki koateki. Shimo kenatla te postli. Niitsto.
Motlana te postli. Ni ishikamanjena. Ni neki. Te postli.
Motlanawatil.
Motlanawatil. Ni Motlanawatil. Shikanit Nalia. Ni Chiwas.
Ni itsto. Motlanawati. Galchlamik ticket.
They don't have a forest fire, right? Okay. Where are my giraffes? There? Oh, there they are. Alright, we're gonna walk forward and take this town center, I think.
Shimomokuitlawi. Mamochi. Kena.
YOLO
Kena
again.
mamochiwa.
Chikamanal.
Ni
Elis. Koateki. Chikamanal.
This is why I don't have resources. The villagers are just bugging out.
Hittak. Kuali. Ni Chiwas.
Motlana. Nalia. Ni Chiwas. Nalia. Kuali.
Elis. Kalchiket.
Motlanawatil. Shikamakena. Te postli.
Yeah, so if I went for the Ghoul Bursty here, it would cost 300.
Shikam. Nalia.
300 favor.
Techin. Ni Chiwas. Nalia.
So I don't think that would be the right call. I want to get another town center. What do you guys reckon?
Mot kalchiket. Kalchite postli.
It might be a good idea.
Galchiket.
Ni kenatlak nineki. Koateki.
Seems like that type of a game.
Chikaman kalchiket.
A fast 3-town center, fast heroic. Don't build anything and hope I don't die. Type of game.
Chiwas.
Shimo kenatlakat. Tlamik tiket. Motlan kena. Elis. Kenatlakat. Kena.
Shimomokuitlawi. Kena tlaka. Lamik ticket. Ni itsto. Galchiket.
Niitsto.
Shimomokuitlawi. Kena. Masewalsing. Shikamanalti.
Nalia. Kuali.
Chikamanalti. Niitsto. Kalchikatl. Tepostli. Motlana Tlamiktiket.
Kuali.
I have this feeling. I have this feeling that I'm not sure what's happening in this game.
Shimomoquitlawi.
Nalia. Ni kuali. Ni
Should I put walls up then? You guys said no walls.
Niitsuneki. Kalchikatl. 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 Kalchikatl.
Ni chiwa. Kuali.
Big has he got farms? Oh dear. Fuji.
Shimomoquitlawi. Calchi tepostli.
Chikenatlakat. Tlamiktiket.
I'm on it.
Ni itni nekinetlakatl. Calchi.
Motlanawati kena. Tepostli. Chikamanalti. Elis. Kenatlakat. Kalkena. Kalchineki.
This is how you're supposed to play team games, right? I'm doing it. Am I doing it right? I feel like I'm doing it right.
Nalia. Kuali. Chiwa.
Actually, no, eat these. It's not often you get hyenas under your base. Really? You don't want to play? 350.
Motlanawatil. Kena. Tlamiktiket. Chikamanalti. Tlamiktiket.
Okay, so we go this one, right? 300 in favor is so doable.
Tlamiktiket.
Nanichiwas. Kuali.
Okay, I'm almost there, guys. Just hold the just hold.
Nalia.
Okay, that's what we need there. You guys all come over here. You go here. Grab this tech now. Okay, we're off to the races. No one can stop us now. So get one of these. Only way we lose now is if the Jaguar riders aren't as strong as we've been led to believe. Why hasn't anyone ever done the fast 3 town center, fast heroic to Catlapoca strat in 1v1s before? It seems really, really strong. Look at my score. It's so far in front of everyone else's. I'm dominating. Oh, I have to grab this. Tell you what, these guys go over here.
Nalia.
Chikamanalti. Pastolti.
Oh no.
Nichiwas.
Motlanawatil.
Kenet mamochi galkena. Motlanawatil.
Shimomoquitlawi.
Galchiket mamochiwa.
Kuali. Nalia.
Shikaman shimo nineki galchiket.
Kuali.
Okay.
Niitsto. Chikamanalti. Kenet kalchikoateki.
Nalia. Kuali.
Why is it still idle on the wood? What the hell?
Niitsto. Kena. Pastolti. Motlanawatineki. Pastolti.
Nineki pastolti.
I should get another fortress up, hey?
Shik mamochi masewalsi. Shimo kenetlakat. Nineki itiena. Te postli.
Shikamanalti.
Is this Atlantean? No, this is the other god. Not the Atlantean one, the other one.
Shimomokena. Ni motokena te postli. Shikamanalti. Kalchikat.
Okay. I'm almost ready.
Shimomokuitla. Kalchik. Motlanawatil. Kalchik. Ni itsto. Kalchikat.
Shikaman galchi. Motlana
Shikaman kalchikat.
These technologies take so long to research.
Motlanawatil.
Is this really how they play this? How does this Civ survive? Don't it just get absolutely brutalized?
Ni kalchikat. Kalchikuateki. Shimomokui kalchikat.
Shikamanal galchi.
Motlanawatil. Kalchikat.
Ni ital galchiket.
Okay, I'm getting some dudes in. It's taking me a while, but we are making progress.
Nichiguas.
Shimomokuitla galchiket.
Ni itsto. Kalchikat. Kalchikat.
Motla na wakuali. Shikama nalia. Ni itkuali. Nichiguas.
Motla galchiket.
Shimomokuitlawi. Kalchikat. Kalchikat.
Galchiket.
Motlanawatil. Kena. Kalchikat.
Mamochingal te postli. Shikamanalti.
Nelia. Ni itkuali. Shikamanalti. Nichiguas.
Motlanawatil. Pastor. Te postli. Shimomokuitlawi.
Inelis.
Kuali. Neluali. Nichiguas. Nelia.
Get over here!
Titlatewiti.
Shimomokuitlawi. Kena tlakat. Kalchik.
Ni
Postli.
shikamanal Motlanahuati. Shikamanal Yawi. Ni Itztok. Ni Chivas. Kuali. Shikamanal Elia.
Mikal
Motlal tlapihket. Shikamanalti.
Ni Chiva Nelia. Chiniktian. Motlanahuati. Yawi.
Ni Itztok.
Shikninekina. Galchiket.
Shikamanal. Kalchik. Motlanahuati. Kalchiket.
Motlanahuati. Ni Itztok. Ni Chivas.
Motkinet mamok masewal.
Shikena. Masewaltsi. Ni Enis.
Kuali.
Shimomokuitlawinek masewal sin.
Matewiti.
Elia, Leon.
Shika Masewaltsi.
Shignelia. Shikamanalti. Niitsto. Shikamanalti.
Chiwa. Yawi.
Motlanahuati. Kena tlakate postli. Shikamanalti. Kalchiket. Kalchiket. Shimomokuitlawi. Kalchiket.
Motlanahuati. Niitsto. Yawi. Shikamanchiniktian. Niitsto. Motlanahuati. Shikamanguali.
Chiniktian.
I forgot to get that upgrade.
Titlatewiti.
Chimitian.
Shikaminelia.
I appear to have lost
Elia, Yawi.
Kuali.
A whole bunch of my dudes.
Chikamanalti.
That's not good.
Motlanawati,
Nisto. Kalchiket.
Needs
Aha!
Elia. Matewiti. Shikamanalandi. Eliawi.
Chikamanalti. Kalchiket.
Shikamanalti.
Needs to Shikawali. Chimitian. Elia.
Ichineli. Chimiktian. Motlanawati.
Wali.
Wait, are we losing over on that side? Do I really have to try harder?
Motlanawatil. Nineki. Kalchiket.
Wait, can you guys just kill this? What does this do?
Shimomokuitlawi.
Motlanawatil.
Nalia Kuali.
Well, that went well. Alright, GG. Grand victory of Team Game Proportions. We did it. 45 minutes till I get it. Yeah. Takes a while to get the army out, you know. That 350 favor cost Skull and Bursty. I'm not sure if that was it. I'm not sure if that was it at all. Stop this abuse, my bad. I just wanted to see what the whole hubbub about the old champion Jaguar riders were. You think Mass Slingers stopped this Jack spam? I'm surprised my fast 3-town center strat didn't get absolutely blown up, but I guess mechanics is OP. My team games have been quite good lately, except for yesterday's Hammer Dryad mishap. I don't think I can do one more. Oh, not with 20 minutes. You can't. I got to do some setup for this as well. All right, guys, we're going to quickly get set up for the Matador Zuccolo thing. So we're going to change scenes. Does it look like this? Question mark. All right, let's give it a try. So I do this. Oops. Should just be this, right? Hey! We've got something. I should have duplicated this though, right? Hold on 1 second. Now we're going backwards. I'm gonna duplicate this. Hey! All right. Hang on, I gotta read this. We're coming back to this afterwards. Hold on 1 second. You look at Age of Empires 4 upcoming expansion. Raiders of the Dawn. Yada, yada. Is this just a retrospective? Or is this what's coming in 2026? More Norse, of course. That's funny. They're stealing from my game. The Baltics. They're retiring the free trial and offering a new package for the base game. From August 13th, new purchase of Age of Empires 3D will receive not only the base game, but also United States Civilization, the Mexico Civilization, plus the Lizzie. They're trying to squeeze out as much money as they can from Age 3, it looks like. There's nothing here about Myth, unfortunately. Okay. Let me try this again. Okay. That's that one. That's that one. Woo. I've got to do this as well. Fuck. Hold on. Okay, that's good. I like to see that. Did this also fix over here? No, it did not. Oh, that's why. It's weird how AoE 3 has more players on average than AOM, but AOM is still the more competitive act of the game. Oh, not really. Age of Mythology isn't free to play. I think my time is not there. Yeah. It's okay. What else do I need? What's this? Ah, it's this one. Ah, I got to change that. All right. You're going to have to bear with me while I fix all this stuff, guys. I apologize, but this is not something that is in our control. So I am going to fix it all up. It's amazing that we have the tools to be able to fix it all up, but I think that's all I need. Oh no, I need to go into here as well. Okay, perfect. Strong mentality league. AOM weak mentality. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I think we fixed the UI. Yeah. I just need to get into This. And then change that to 16. Save. Should be fixed. Good. It's there now. Okay, refresh. Good. Timer. Oh, that's apparently not right. Oh, that's why. Perfect. Okay, you're gonna have to forgive me if things don't work today, but I think we're good to go. I'm confused on the whole 1 versus 2 TCA. So I just learned that if they go 2 and you're 1, that you need to attack while you can. But what would make me want to go 2 TC? It's a hard question to answer. 2 TC is... how do I explain studio mode? Fuck, what am I talking about? Okay, so if you want to play 2 TC, basically what you're saying is, if I play 2 TC, I need to make sure that if my opponent's playing 1 town center, I'm allowed to, I am going to be able to minimize damage on my economy for over 5 minutes. That way my second town center pays itself off, and the advantage of having extra villages is going to translate into me having extra army that I can then beat my opponent with. So the 1 town center player is trying to do damage to prevent the town center from being paid off and prevent the player who has more income from being able to translate having more income into having more army. And the player who's playing in on 2 TCs is trying to mitigate damage so that their income can get translated into more army to be able to win the game, or tech or whatever. All right. Looks like they are ready to go. Hells yeah. I'm just going to take a short break before we jump into this one. I'm going to put the old starting soon at the top, and we'll be back in approximately 5 minutes. Don't you guys go nowhere. See you guys soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, what is happening? What's going on? We're back. And we're back with the Matador versus Zuccolo showdown. Round of 16, last chance. You've had 4 chances before to make this work for you. 4 chances to strive for glory. 4 chances that slipped through your fingertips as you were not able to make it. 1 chance remains. Matador and Zuccolo. All right. So these 2 players, I believe they did fight once before, and I believe it went the wayside of Matador. Let's check out if that's the case by looking at their head-to-head. That almost looks like El Matador. Let's try and change that up and get El Matador in there. There we go. So El Matador and Zuccolo have met twice. And El Matador got by Zuccolo, but it was very, very close in the Pandora's Box 2. And he did win in 4 in the I think they played last week, did they? Yes, they played last week, literally at this exact same time. So that's the story there. Let me just have a quick look and see if they are somewhat ready to go. It looks like they are not. But we can take a look at their draft anyways. So off we go. And here we are. Tsukiyomi, Huitzilopochtli bands, set 4 ban. An interesting set ban there from Matador. But Matador does pick up that Uranos first and foremost. Then Zuccolo grabs Chronos Susanol. Matador grabs Gaia Quetzalcoatl. We have the Loki Hades for Zuccolo. There's Catlapoca Nuwa for Matador. And then the Ra Amaterasu for Zuccolo. And finally, Shenong. Shenong for Matador. So the first map is on Mirage. And if I was looking at this, trying to decide who was going to pick what and when, I think Matador might go Gaia here. He might go Nuwa here, or he might go for Quetzalcoatl here. On the flip side, Zuccolo probably wants to play Loki here, especially with Budapest, the Hades, which seems really, really strong. There's also Susanol. There's also a rogue Amaterasu on this map, which I think that is quite good, but I think for some reason I haven't seen anyone picking Amaterasu on Mirage. There's also a Ra pick on Mirage to be a bit offbeat, but I don't even know why Ra's in the God pool for Zuccolo. That seems like a terrible pick into every single one of these Matador gods. But I could be wrong. I mean, every single god seems like a terrible matchup for Ra anyways. So there is that. And it's going to be a Gaia versus Chronos. Okay. I am pretty surprised to see the Chronos here. But it is a standard pick on this map. One of the most terrifying things about having Chronos in your god pool is just the ability to just have it there, threatening your opponent to not want to pick something they don't want to pick. But in Matador's god draft, he's drafted around Chronos really hard. So in a sense here, I think Zuccolo's Kronos' first pick is just not really worth very much. The Susano, on the other hand, looks really, really strong. That's going to have a really good time on one of these maps. Yeah, we get the Atlantean versus Atlantean. This one's pretty fun. I think that Kronos does have an option in this matchup, but you have to play for Theft of Fire. I keep saying this. I'm yet to see anyone really try it outside of myself. I've had success with it and also not success. So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but Theft of Fire plus... Oh, Moose is here. Hey, Moose. What's going on, man? You got your bags packed yet? You ready? I was talking to the Gameathlon people today. It looks pretty cool. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of stuff to do. All right. Perfect. Has Susano been played yet during this entire qualifying run? Yes, he has. In fact, we saw him earlier today in the Eisomarto HellsRavage series, and Susano actually lost. I think most people are banning out Susano because it's really, really annoying. It's really annoying to play them. Botond in the chat is upset because the players have not started. They actually have started. They took a little bit too long, as I think Zuccolo had something he had to attend to emergency-wise, whether it was emergency toilet situation or family situation, I don't know. But he is now ready to go. And yeah. Oh, you're not upset. Sorry, my bad. I am Australian. I don't really know what's going on. World's upside down. The frown was upside down. To me, it was weird. Smile. But yeah, this matchup, I think Kronos, you want to get that Theft of Fire and you want to get that super eco in, and with that super eco, you're just going to use that to go Palace Gaming, and inside of Palace Gaming, you're going to find wins versus the Gaia, because the Gaia is not going to be able to keep up with you economically speaking, and even though the Gaia will most likely have slightly stronger units than you, it's not going to matter because you've got all of the palaces, of which comes from your many different ways to make that work. So like the manners and things like that can help you make that all work really nicely. Zuccolo might try something a little bit strange though, where he goes for a bit of a rush on this map. We have been seeing the Kronos players doing dock time shifting and things like that against Gaia. I mean, it can be nice to get like a Carnivora out or something, but I don't see you getting a huge amount of value. Yeah, Susano's been getting banned a lot. People don't like playing against him. It's just simply that. Like, I don't want to make this into anything more than it is, but people do not like playing versus Susano. So if you get an option to say, I don't want to play, if there's a god that I just don't want to play against because I don't enjoy it, while the whole idea of a tournament is trying to, and the draft format is all about how do I get the best possible situation for me for the best of 5? Sometimes the best possible situation is just for me to not get triggered by playing against a god that I don't enjoy playing against. And I think that is a shared feeling amongst the other top players. So I think that's why you don't see Susano getting through the bans very often. But yeah, twice today. And I think Matador here, he feels like he can actually beat this Susano, which I do think you can. I think he's really strong. I think he's one of the best gods, but I do think that he is beatable. So there is that. It's all about winning anyways. Yeah, but the thing is, right, it is all about winning, but it's also, your mental is just as important as the strength of your draft. If your mental goes out the window because you play a really annoying game versus a Susano player, then your next game you might lose, right? So yeah, that's also, yeah, Uranus is still my S tier. Yeah, for sure. Uranus is insane. This god is just way too strong. I would first pick Uranus. if I was playing this tournament. All right. Our first matchup is a Gaia versus Kronos on the map Mirage. Let's jump into it. Where's my Mirage? There it is. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your regularly scheduled playoffs of the Gameathlon Road to Athens. This is the last chance playoffs. It's not going to be regularly scheduled anymore. What are we going to do? Weekday comes around, finish work, get up for work, you're at work, just get lying down to go to sleep, and you've got that Age Mythology tuned in. Unfortunately, this is the last week of it. What are we going to do next week? I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out. It's going to be tough. The two players taking us through the competition on this, in this moment, on the left side of the map, we've got Matador playing as Gaia. And on the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Zuccolo playing as Kronos. The map is Mirage. So yeah, best of 5, round of 16. Lose and you pack your bags, not to come to Athens, but to go back home. The road is over for you. However, if you do win, you can take one step closer to Athens, but you still got to win another 4 games, 4 series. So we'll see how this game is going to go. I'll take you through the general gist here. Generally, the Gaia player is the one on the defense, because they've got more economy, but they're also investing into their economy. So that means that they don't have as much stuff as Kronos early on. And the Kronos player is going to be able to exert all of the early game pressure and try to get as much damage done as possible. The fact of the matter is, though, that the Kronos has got the ability, or the ability to decide whether or not they want to play the aggressive game or they want to play the defensive game, because you can flip the matchup on its head through Prometheus. And it's not just flipping it on its head, because you could go Prometheus both ways. You could be an aggressive Prometheus, you could be a defensive Prometheus. You effectively flip it on its head by saying, I am going to make myself hero citizens. And in a world where there's quite a bit of food and a lot of food coming in from the fishing ships, the more I think about it, the more I would say it would be a nice way to go for some heroization of citizens. Now, we're not going to see that from Zuccolo here. He's advancing relatively fast. I would probably go for at least 2 hero citizens if I was going that angle in the Archaic Age, then get myself Heart of the Titans and get myself Death to Fire, and then we'd be in a good spot. Alternatively, a far second town center into the same sort of idea is another option. Of course, if the Gaia player decides to play very heavily one town center aggro, you skip out on playing for the Theft to Fire stuff, and you just play defense and enjoy the extra economy from your second town center first and foremost. But if they do go for the second town center, then you can just go for your heroes. Citizens. But that's not what's happening in this game. Zuccolo here, he is looking to put the pressure on. We will see a second dock coming down from Matador. Second dock is up from Zuccolo, as he is going to be time shifting that in. So this is going to be a fairly quick and disruptive early game from Zuccolo. The only issue here is that Valor doesn't really help on the aggression. Your opponent gets a free servant. Did you get a servant over here as well? No, you get a servant from going for Oceanus, and there's going to be access to the Carnivora. As the military barracks will come up over here, the Prometheans attempting to stop that, but they're not going to be able to, and the Murmillos will start to come out, as immediately we see a fire ship on the way here from Matador, as he wants to go and potentially kill off the dock on this right side, We will see at least one fire ship coming out. But to be honest, if I'm Zuccolo here and I see the fire ship, I just cancel. I just cancel. He's already got one. I just cancel it and we go from there. So that's not what's happening. He's up to 2. We got the Caladria flying overhead, can heal up the servant and all the other good stuff. Can this really not attack the... It's shooting at it, but it's missing. Interesting. Well, there you go. And behind this, we are seeing more Bareems and all the other good stuff coming out. This happens a lot, according to Kavoth, the Keeper. That's a little bit of a spoiler for a little something that's going to be happening on Sunday. For those of you who don't pay attention to the news, Sunday we're on the front page. I got some cool pre-Gameathlon stuff coming for you guys. So, yeah. And there goes the deconstruction. A couple more docks going to be coming up over here. And this Carnivora has taken out the dock here. I imagine we might see another dock from Zuccolo and a time shift in. Nope, he's just going for his town center. And Matador, he should be fine here. He's got the Caladria to heal up as well, which is kind of a massive advantage. We're going to see some fishing ships getting taken out, but the Murmillos, they're going to be moving across the map. They can hit the town center. He's got 30 seconds to get over there. He can disrupt that quite a lot, hitting this town center first. Sees nothing there. There is a Murmillo here to distract, and that's going to basically give Zuccolo all the time he needs to finish this town center off, and especially with the mana finishing, that's going to speed things up there as the Bareems finish up all the other good stuff there. And yeah, that's the story where that's concerned. As Zuccolo's Murmillos slowly getting taken down. And I have to imagine that either Matador is going to go full send, which makes sense here. All the gold mines are forward. He's either going to go full send with a massive amount of Murmillos, or he's going to go for his own second town center. But a full send, massive amount of Murmillo attack here, that's going to be tough to hold if Matador can actually place all these buildings down. He's only got 2. If he wants to go even harder here, you go drop another 2 military buildings down, military barracks, maybe a counter barracks as well on top of those 2 military barracks, and you're looking to basically take this town center out. But the issue with that is there's obviously going to be Cara Ballista, so you definitely need to make yourself some Terma, but it looks like Matador for the time being, he actually wants the Heroic Age. Though he is a little bit behind the 8 ball on that Heroic. No, he's going for a town center himself. To be honest, I don't know if I like that play all too much. This gold mine is going to be expiring. This town center will not pay for itself. And one really cool thing that Gaia can do in these situations is walk forward, mana or economic guild, mana or economic guild, mana or economic guild, mana or economic guild, and get channels. And then you can literally be everywhere. You know where your opponent's going, and you can shut down literally anything they're going to do, especially if you're going to go up to the Heroic Age through Rhea, which is a big spend at the moment. Very, very big spend. As in comes the military units, looking to try and get some kills here. Mana coming up onto this side, trying to put a stop to that. We do have the Carnivora getting dropped over here as it takes out one. Cara Ballista here. Another villager going to get taken out over onto this side as Matador is in full flight with these Murmillos. The Cara Ballista are incredibly powerful here, and you don't want to run straight into them, but he picks 2 citizens. That equalizes the military difference. But now what? Now you're behind an age and you've got an extra 1,600 military resource value to do something with. Now my take is, The heroic age doesn't really give you much in this matchup. A lot of people love to make Contarius. Contarius are rubbish in this matchup because Oceanus gives Catapulties and Weightless Mace Catapulties at that, and Weightless Mace Catapulties on Gaia Lush. So they actually move faster than Contarius, especially when they're heroized. And so Mamillos will sneak up onto this position yet again. This time there is an escape route through the manor and out onto this way, so it's not the best of raids, as we will see a palace coming down from Zuccolo, and Mamillos pop their head in, and the palace will be up. Is Trader on a Caladria worth it? Maybe. In comes the Matador army. He does get slightly caught out there by the units, and he sees the palace going up, and he has to pull back. And yeah, now he is, without question, having some issues moving forward in this game. Manor up. Palace up. And Zuccolo, well, from here, we'll see what he's going to be able to make happen. There are some incredibly aggressively placed Zuccolo oracles for the time being. We've got medium range soldiers, Terma plus Momillos. With enough of these Terma, we can obviously come in and take out those Carabalister, and it's going to be very, very tough to win these fights with those Carabalister there. And Matador is somewhat shooting, scooting forward, trying to take out those Carabalister there. And the palace on the top here is going to be the big sticking point as to whether or not Zuccolo can make this happen. But for some reason, Zuccolo goes into Contarius here, which is just simply not going to be helping him out. And Matador wins that fight incredibly easily. And now citizens are going to start to fall. And you would expect this palace to do a lot, but the problem is there's just not enough stuff here from Zuccolo. And the Contarius just aren't it. Like I said, it's not an important unit in this matchup. Of course, it's amazing to go get raids. But that's what I mean. Even, like you take... Wait, does he have the tech? He does have the tech. So if you take a look at these Murmillo heroes, these are 5.8 speed. Imagine if that was a weightless mace catapulti. You think that that's slower than a Contarius? No, it's faster than Contarius. As in Matador comes again, and Zuccolo walking straight forward to his death, and Matador is not going to be allowing that. He takes out the Carabalister instantly. Units back into the palace. Citizens starting to take damage yet again. As the Carnivora on the back will be able to eat up one Carabalister for massive value. The Terma on the back there aren't really doing a whole lot, but they don't need to do anything because Matador is just in full... He's got all the advantage he could ever want here. We are seeing an attempt to get into Fanatics, which is an interesting addition. Very, very good versus the Murmillo. But he needs to keep the palace alive to continue building them. And Matador here, he's not going to be allowing that. Dodging the arrows with the Terma as well is amazing. There he just decides to pull back for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why that is. Zuccolo's on his gold over onto this side while this is all going on, and we will see a Rhea coming through for Matador. Now, I would normally say, hey, this is great, you're going to have a behemoth, but it's going to get traded away. But then you get your own trader, and you can trader it back. Trader plus trader. Shenanigans. Meanwhile, more economic guilds going up. And the Caladria just enjoying healing everyone as it's a full population Matador army just waiting to break through and make something happen here. As in he comes, and the Caladria pacifying those Carabalister as well is brutal. I gotta say, Matador is playing this very, very well at the moment, but Zuccolo is allowing a lot of this to happen. You want to have your Carabalister either in the center of your army or on the back of it. Never in the front of your army. random Valor onto the Arcus there as well instead of onto the Caraballister is a bit of a strange one. But in comes the Heroic Age, in comes Heavy Infantry, Orichalcum Mail, Quarry, Carpenters, every upgrade under the sun for Matador. Matador says, I'm ready to take the fight, but he's got to be careful because those are Fanatics, and there's no great answer to Fanatics in this army. One of the best units he can probably build here is actually the Caraballister, which, whether or not he knows it, would be amazing for him to help out, as the Behemoth there, the double trader, does get used. It looks like it, even though the Fanatics should be helping out here, and there's no amazing counter to them in the army that Matador has, there's just an overwhelming amount of military presence for Matador here as he charges directly at this palace. And here's another thing. This Behemoth is not dying. The Caladria, they can sit here and heal that Behemoth back up non-stop. It's actually really, really powerful to do that. We'll see if he's actually going to go for it or not. I don't see him healing up the Behemoth. Nope, 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 nope. And the Behemoth dies. It shouldn't have. It just shouldn't have. Yeah, if you trader and then delete, that's actually a good idea. Citizens making a little sneak over onto this position, but the blue citizens are making their way forward. And now this is a bit of a dangerous position for Zuccolo to be on. Behind all of this, Matador can also start thinking about a Mythic Gauge, but it doesn't matter because Zuccolo taps out and game number 1 goes to Matador. This was a very, very dominating first game for Matador. Very dominating. A lot of this comes down to a couple of poor decisions from Zuccolo. Mostly inside of, he didn't need to push for this gold mine as hard. He didn't need to push forward as hard, but he opted into a defensive game plan, right? And did he get Theft of Fire? He got Theft of Fire, but he only has 2 Hero Citizen. So if you're going to go 2 TC, and you see your opponent going 2 TC in this matchup, that is either saying to yourself, you got to play aggressive, which he didn't do. He went for the Heroic Age, which is not playing aggressive. Or you got to go for a more boom-orientated game plan, which is manually heroizing your citizen. And that would force the Matador to actually have to get active and look for any sort of things to do, but wasn't the case, and Matador gets game number 1. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game number 2 is going to bring us. Alrighty, so the next game is a Nuwa versus Hades. Living the dream. What's the map? Gorge. Nuwa, Hades on Gorge. I really like the Hades pick here, actually, but I'm not sure that Zuccolo is going to quite know why I like the Hades pick here. We'll talk about it in the game, but let me just see how long. Is it this one? Nope. Give me a second, guys. I don't have a URL just yet. Everything is breaking on me. All right, not too far behind. All right. So Yeah, I think this matchup mostly you really want to go for Ares in this matchup. Mechanics said it, so I thought I may as well jump on the train. But this is without question an Ares angle. It's really tough to play verse on this map because it's a shorter map. You can get across the map fast. You can take out the earth walls easier. You get to be aggressive. You get to be proactive. I do think it's a 2 TC angle as well behind it, but it's a pressure angle for Hades. Let's jump in onto Gorge, check your Discord, and I'll see you in the game. Hope your Discord is treating you well. Make sure you get rid of all of those notifications. I know you've got about 1,500, you filthy animals. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Knock Matty playing as Noir. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Zuccolo playing as Hades. All right, the map is Gorge, and we've got ourselves the Skulls of Cercipes on the bottom. Over onto this side, we have Tearfing and Gantier's Sword. Lifesteal from units plus 10%. Over onto this side, we have the Svaddle Farry's Sledge, which is setting the favor cost of fortresses to 0. And finally, we've got the Black Lotus here, which is plus 10% of base there for the farms and Shenong farms. Alrighty. So, the main... Okay, I think you can play for Athena as well. You don't have to go for Ares. But one of the really nice things about going Ares here is that you can actually go for a Hippias, a Paspist, Cyclops angle. And the Pestilence is going to be able to punish so much more than a Restoration will. Now, of course, the Restoration at 175 population, there's nearly nothing that is as good as that in the classical age. You might say maybe lightning weapons, but I think that a 175 population Restoration is arguably better than the 175 pop lightning weapons, but it's one of the best usages of a god power. But in this specific situation, you're not going to need that. Because you're going to be looking, if you're going to be needing that full population restoration, you probably made some errors early on anyways. You need to put early game pressure on. You've got to get that damage done. You can't let the Noir sit back and spam the Kwafu out. It's not something you're allowed to do here as Hades. In other words, some people are asking, I put out a video on YouTube today. You guys should go check it out. It's about Hades, and a lot of players like to say that Hades is not very good anymore. And part of the reason why Hades is thought of as not very good anymore is because you can't just sit back and do nothing. There used to be what we like to call, well, I coined it, the AFK Hades strat. It was actually made by Nullus, not that it was AFK when Nullus played it, not by any stretch of the imagination, but the idea was very simple. You would play a Farsick in Town Center. You would get yourself hand axe, pickaxe, watchtowers, sentinels on the second town center, and you would sit back and relax while your opponent was trying to desperately get some damage done onto you. That doesn't work anymore. Not against any of the powerhouse civs at the very least. You got to get in there. You got to get that damage done, and there's definitely a lot of angles to make that happen with Hades in the current meta, at least as far as I'm concerned. As up comes the Earth Wall, and in comes the Town Center, and Matador here is going to grab this settlement. He's got himself the gold mine and some pheasants and all that other good stuff. And on the backside here for Zuccolo, he is getting himself out the Achilles. His Minotaur is, I would have to say, unfortunately, a little bit late here. You want to be in, you want to be bashing down the wall, literally as it goes up so that you can at least have an entrance in onto this position. If you're this late, unfortunately, you are not going to find the value that you're looking for. That being said, there is a fast heroic angle here from Zuccolo, which could be really, really strong, but it's looking like he's going for the second town center, which does worry me a little bit as the Xiongqi gets shooed away. The Achilles is chasing that one down. And the Minotaur is going to have to run back home. The big thing is whenever the earth wall goes up around the second town center, the first thought you have to have is, oh, my opponent's main base doesn't have anything in it. So you can go and attack that. For example, these villages over here are open, over here, and Zuccolo does spot that. He is going to, I think he's actually going to get that villager there. Matador is asleep at the wheel as villager number 1 gets to safety barely. Maybe that was 110% calculated from Matador, but he is going to try again. And this time, I think he does manage to get the kill. And in comes the Minotaur, in comes the Ajax. And this is the kind of damage you do really need to get. Huge Minotaur headbutt there. Sends back one villager over there, picks that one off. It's now the Kwafu onto this side. That's going to get sent packing here. And you got to imagine behind this, there has to be a stable or something coming in. There's so much opportunity for damage here from Zuccolo, but I don't see the follow-up. Some monkeys coming over onto this side. And the units do pull back, and the Minotaur there goes down. So after all is said and done, villager differential is 27 to 23, but there is also access to the upgrade Vaults of Erebus. Oop, and the baboons. Oop, the baboons are babooning. He's going to survive that. But yeah, the situation here is pretty good for Zuccolo. He did a good amount of damage here. Matador, on the other hand, he has been happily spamming out his Kwafu. So he is, unless I'm missing something, he's got 4 Kwafu out at 7 minutes. So he has been happily spamming these out. His economy is going to get really, really big. And we are actually going to see the Dao Swordsman coming in, which brings me back to my point about Ares and why Ares is so good. You want to be going in to those very all-important Paspists. But nonetheless, that's not what's going to be happening. We do have that canopic jar. No, that's Black Lotus, excuse me. It's got the same portrait as the canopic jar. Didn't know that. Now I do. Question in the chat is, how is Hades down 4 villas after killing 4? Well, the way that it works is, the Kwafu is worth 3 villagers. And it only takes 43 seconds to train. Whereas a regular villager, as these villagers almost going down, gets 1 pick. Whereas a regular villager takes 17 seconds to train. So if you times 17 by 3, that's going to be less, ever so slightly, than the 43 seconds that the Kwafu has. On top of that, the town center was up way earlier for Matador. So those 2 reasons mean that Matador is going to be slightly in front on villagers. But that all being said, you do have to remember that the villagers on wood are only gathering at 0.85. And say for up onto, no, he doesn't have any wood villagers for me to show you. Over onto this side, these villagers are at 1 second. So I don't know what the exact difference is, but if you've got, let's just say 10 villagers on wood, you're going to have effectively 11 villagers compared to, or 11 peasants or whatever. I don't know what the exact math is. Someone in the chat can work that out. But yeah, that's the story. So we are seeing these walls actually managing to completely get up. Zuccolo is playing some legacy style walling. Love to see it. This is basically the way that we saw a lot of Greek players playing back in 2024, where they would, in the old game, where they would go for their second town center. Hades as well, right? Go for their second town center, and they would risk the villager's life without question, trying to get walls up around the map. And he's locking off this position and all of it as the Dao swordsmen are getting pulled back now. And we're going to be seeing a heroic age coming through for Matador through Gormang. So slightly faster for Matador. As in comes the Tao Wu. We have the Imperial Academy up as well for the Jiangxia. And a ballet will go down immediately. I wouldn't be surprised to see Matador in this situation rushing out a Mythic Age. But one thing he's got to be very, very careful of is an Underworld. And a whole bunch of stuff coming in onto that. And one of the simple ways to defend against the Underworld is actually to be ready with crossbows. Siege crossbows. So he could actually already start going into them. So for example, if you think it's going to hit over here, you put the Machine Workshop down and you just start queuing them into the thing. If he goes somewhere else, then you can just attack it a little bit later. But nonetheless, up onto this top side, the wall that he put so much effort into putting up has gone down. And part of the reason we don't see this as much anymore is because siege myth units are amazing at taking down walls. But so far, some nice defense from Matador, but some nice offense from Zuccolo, as well as Matador. He is still spamming out the quiet. What is he up to? He's got 8 of these. 7 plus 1 hero. That's a lot. Onto this backside, there's also the Qiongqi. We see where are the heroes at. They're right on the front, unfortunately, as the villagers can't really do much apart from just turn around and shank as the Qiongqi flies back. This is 1,000 damage. It has 6 kills. Well, that's why the villager differential is so high. All right, onto this side. In comes the Tao Wu. In comes the White Horse Cavalry. And these walls will get knocked down as Zuccolo will need to bail out onto this position. We do see a Machine Workshop going up as well as in comes Heavy Cavalry and more White Horse Cav. As up onto this side, Zuccolo here has himself the Chiron to come out. And onto this side, villagers will get sniped as Zuccolo did not get his walls finished off in time. And this is another reason why Ares is so good in this matchup for the Greeks, is because you want to build Prodromus here to deal with any sort of White Horse Cav that are coming in, and you want to build Hoplites to deal with any sort of Tiger Cav coming in. And you can build both. And Spear of Phobos. Phobos' Spear of Panic. Phobos' Spear. That boosts both of them. But we are going to be seeing a quick Hephaestus coming through for Zuccolo. And the quick Hephaestus through for Zuccolo means what? Well, it means Matador has to make something fairly significant happen fairly quickly. And Matador, he is doing that. He's charging forward, ballet on the front. He's also quite close to the Mythic Age himself, as he's going to grab this situation here. Upgrade-wise, he's got everything except for that irrigation, but he doesn't really need that because he's got so much food at the moment. He can grab it a little bit later. Up onto the top side, Hoplites dealing with the White Horse Cav as they're going to be pulling back. Sean R. Goldsmith in the chat. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. More picks here from those White Horse Cav, and the Hoplites just desperately chasing after them. You can, I mean, yeah, the thing is here, yes, these guys with Hooves of the Wind, is it the West Wind? Hooves of the West Wind, they do move faster than your Prodromus, but the Prodromus are there to shut it down. especially with walls that are up. Huge villager picks here from Matador as Zuccolo just not able to deal with this. And a lot of this is because he's going Hephaestus. It's like your power greeding and Matador's choice to deal with the power greed. There's many different ways to attempt to stop someone from getting value with a power greed, but this is going to be a raiding choice, and he has done an insane amount of damage. But the question is, will it matter? Because he's realistically still got quite a ways to go to actually solidify his advantage, because Zuccolo is going to get Forge of Olympus. Then Zuccolo is going to get iron upgrades. And then he's going to be in a very, very strong position. So he needs to make something happen, and he's pushing himself further and further in front. So I think he's kind of already done that. And he's going to get himself this Gong in. But one idea here would be to drop a second armory in this position. Whenever you play versus someone who's... Whenever you play versus someone who goes Hephaestus, always consider the second armory. Because a lot of the times, they're sitting back and waiting, and they're not really putting any pressure onto you. And the only thing really slowing you down is the fact that it takes so long for you to get your armory upgrades in. So you can 100%, you can 2x the speed of your armory upgrade researching by simply having 2 armories up. But Zuccolo, he's still trying to hold on. Just see behind this some Gastrofatoras coming through. It's not every day you get to see those bad boys. And the armory upgrades are slowly coming in, but I think Zuccolo's only got... Well, he's got other armories coming up. But Matador, slowing down a little bit now. I don't know if I like that. I think he can continue being very aggressive. We've also got a very strange gorge. This is a... back in onto the wood villages here as these actually open this up, unfortunately. A very, very strange gorge map here after the players have decided how it's going to go. The main base is kind of sitting over here and everyone else is sort of spread out on the top side. I like that. There's also going to be a potential underworld here as well that could come through, but I love this here from Matador. He's already up to iron weapons. Look at the armory upgrades. So yeah, no significant advantage here for the Zuccolo Hephaestus at the moment. Champion White Horse Cab coming up to the top side of the map. Looking for a little something to take out. And these villagers will pull away and attempt to get to their town center. But Matador is just way too all over Zuccolo. And I mean, I kind of brought this up at the start, right? Like this type of I mean, it's not like Zuccolo really sat back, but he definitely was not proactive. Comes in onto the top with the Gastrofatoras trying to make something happen here. But the fact of the matter is that Zuccolo's had a lot of trouble in this game because of the power grade for the Mythic Age. Which I don't think is the right way to play this Civ at all anymore. As the front situation does get dealt with to some degree. And these siege crossbows are slowly taking out the underworld passage as the fire archers. There's not that many of them here, but it looks like it's enough. Well, the Greek lobby is strong at the moment in the Twitch chat, but you have to remember I'm winning with Hades, so I have a 100% win rate with Hades at the moment. I'm very, very proud of myself. But Matador gets the second win here. Dominating win, actually, over over Zuccolo. I like the start for Zuccolo, but he took his foot off the pedal. There was no need to. He could have kept going. Hippias plus Hoplites plus Minotaur here and continue to put the pressure on. If your opponent is going to continue to spam out Kuafu, they're going to get into trouble. I guarantee you they're going to get into trouble if that's how they want to play. And if you want to put that pressure on and you want to say, great, let's take out this power greeting China, that's the way to go about it. It's a classical age Minotaur, or much better is Cyclops for Hades. For Zeus, it's probably going into the Athena yourself, but also for Poseidon and Demeter, you can definitely find some value inside of Ares as well. But Ares is the secret in this matchup. Unfortunately, Zuccolo didn't show it off to us today, and the Greek lobby will stay very, very strong inside of Twitch chat for at least a little bit longer. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what game number 3 is going to bring us. Boom, 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 boom. All right, our next map is on Budapest. And it is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Susanoo game. Sean R. Goldsmith said, Matrius showed last week why Greek is strong. Matrius did indeed show why Greek is strong. That is true. Matrius played an insanely strong Greek. So strong, in fact, that people were banning his Greek out. So he couldn't play them in the finals. So there's that. John, you're incredibly incorrect, man. Last week in the playoffs, Matrius picked Greek and he won 100% of the games with his Greek. I think. Maybe he lost one game in the finals versus Magic. Anyways, let's jump into game number 3, Matador versus Zuccolo. Let's do it. Budapest. Alrighty then, in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Quetzalcoatl for Matador. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Susanoo for Zuccolo. Tower of Cestus is the relic. Armor of Achilles down onto the bottom there for the infantry boostage. Onto this side, there is the Chocolatl. I love me some chocolate. 4% extra HP on everyone. And finally, we've got Rhea's Crown on the top. And this is Budapest. This is the Greek map, right? It's literally the Greek map. You've got General Malagius over here just saying, guys, this is the Greek map. But no Greeks on this one at the moment. But yeah, we do get some interesting god picks here. I think the more we play on these water maps, the more players are starting to realize that they can play other gods here. The fact of the matter is that early days, players didn't really want to put effort into getting better on the water. They would just play Zeus or Hades. And players that tried other gods, like, say, Gaia, Uranus, Egyptians, right, early days, were just getting blown off the map. And it just didn't feel like it was worth it because the Greeks were very, very strong early days. But the maps are different. The draft is different. And by that, I mean the god pool's more varied. And there is just simply more options for water play now than there were at the start of Retold. In fact, I vaguely recall that Norse was amazing early on in the Retold water saga as well, but nobody wanted to pick Norse on water. They would rather attempt to pick Norse on land on a high hunt map and die to Egyptian. That's what I remember happened. I remember that. I remember that vividly. I remember you used to be able to go for a fast mythic, no, fast heroic, and you could drop the Walking Woods and kill everything. True story. Nonetheless, Matador here gets Zuccolo in with his temple on the front, and I am pretty interested to see which way he's going to go with this god. Because Matador, for basically the entirety of the Aztec launch, had one unit that he was very much in love with. And that unit was the Eagle Warrior. He would build nothing but this unit. He would build nothing but this unit non-stop. So, we'll see if he's going to keep that going or not. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, we see Huehue Kyodl coming in, Minakata Tomi coming through. Both players are taking a somewhat late second dock onto this side, and it is kind of an interesting approach from Matador. Normally, we see more of a boom, but it's a much faster classical age, allowing Matador to, one, pick up all the relics, but two, he's going to be able to start actually being able to make some guys. And Ocelotl Warriors on a water map, well, that makes a lot of sense. You got the boosted food income. So investing into a more population-heavy unit is going to be really good. But the other thing is, you don't have to go for Ocelotl Warriors. You could go for War Huts. And you can go for Spearmen here. Ocelotl Warriors don't really have a lot of value versus Japan. As the Warrior Priests in, and in comes the Shinekyu, as that is going to be an issue to deal with. Please turn this into a turret. Please turn it into, you're losing value. You're already losing value. Turn it into a turret. Click the button. One of the best units in the game. This turret is single-handedly winning this game. 2 villagers down. Kusanagi comes down. Zuccolo, well, I hate to say it, Zuccolo is in trouble, and he still hasn't heroized this. I mean, turretified this. Gate comes in, keeps his units alive. Wolves helping out on the back. I'm going to keep saying it. Turn him into a turret. Turn him into a turret. Into the back, the warrior priests are going to be going down to this Naginata Rider, and of course you can just run the Naginata Rider and heal it up if need be. And the Ocelotl Warriors come through, and that will be one dead Miko. Oh, it's a turret now. He has the turret. This gold mine will not be able to get grabbed, but Zuccolo makes the heads up play, comes onto the bottom one. But so far, damage is, without question, been done. We will see the Naginata Riders sneaking out here, and I don't know if Matador saw that or not, but Main base is very much protected here. And also, I love this from Matador. Tlaumani Spearman just coming in to sit on top of the gold mine, sit in his main base. He's going to be, without question, fine where that's concerned. But this is one of the reasons I really like this map. And it's because there's room to just move backwards and keep your game going. As the Tlaumani Spearman over here pulls back, keeps that one alive with just a little bit of HP. Might not be a terrible idea to drop Lullaby here and just take out all of those Naginata Riders. It's not something I've seen very often, but he picks them off anyways. Not a problem. Still missing the final two fishing ships over here, but the front temple is going to go down. Lullaby on 3. Yeah, so Lullaby has got a few different uses. One is to catch out the enemy army and then wake it all up immediately with you attacking it. And the other one is to kill off units one by one. You've only got a handful of seconds to really deal anything, any damage. So, or 10 seconds. So if you Lullaby with 3 units early on and you kill off all of the Naginata Riders, well, all of a sudden, that's really, really good for you. Especially versus Japanese, who really, really need that. Meanwhile, Matador now opening the gate. Villagers will pull off of this position, and Matador is well and truly dominating this game, as Zuccolo has to make something happen here very, very shortly. One villager down over onto this side, and where to from now is the big question. Watchtower's up. Villagers are going to make their way up onto the top gold mine, because you have to expect Matador to come back onto this gold. And at that point, Zuccolo can pull over onto his pigs and continue along. One of the main difficulties, so to speak, for Susanoo is early game. You get through that early game, then oftentimes you have a really fun game because you just get to keep spamming god powers and myth units. But for the moment here, Zuccolo is behind on villagers. He is losing units in the center of the map, though this is not about a resign from Zuccolo on that moment is, I mean, he is really far behind, but surely he has to fight a little harder here. He says the game is done, and Matador wins a very, very quick 3-0 against Zuccolo. Unfortunately for Zuccolo, that is the end of his road to Athens. He did not make it to the destination. Better luck next time in the next tournament, but Matador proved to be on his game today. This is what I expect out of Matador, to be honest. This is something that I've been waiting for him to really be able to show off, and that's him getting into his game plan, showing up, and dominating. Because that's what he does. That's what makes him so good. And yes, that would be the last series for today. So GG for Matador. Did I not have the scoreboard on that one? I didn't look at OBS one time. Oh, well. Whoops. Well, that'll happen. Oh, well. Thanks, everyone, for watching today. It's been an amazing day of Gimmity Games and all the other good stuff. I believe that is me done. I'm just gonna have a look and see who else is streaming. There is Einerjib. I'm gonna send you guys over to Einerjib. I haven't rated him in a while. Sorry, Soup. Too late. Einerjib is in. I'm gonna see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for more games. But I am done for now. Thanks, everyone. Love y'all. Bye. 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 Bye.